Okay. So, so for the agenda for today, I figured that we could have Lisa start with her survey, then Bruce could go through his survey. And I don't know if Laura is going to be joining, but Laura, if she joins, she could discuss her survey. How is that? Does that work for everyone? Any objections?
Can I ask the question of what we hope to accomplish tonight?
What would you like to accomplish today, Bruce?
I don't know. I'm not clear on what we can accomplish tonight. So before we get into comparing survey drafts and all of that and looking at questions, I think we sort of need to drop back and ask ourselves what we hope to accomplish. And I think we also, given the urgency of time here, have to take stock of the calendar.
Well, can I say that I sent a message just a bit ago saying that I'm as many doubts as I have about both your version and Lisa's edit of your version, because I believe that if we can't agree on a survey of some sort, it's a real black eye for this ANC. I'm willing to go along with something like yours and Lisa's, with the caveat that I'd like a small change at the top. I believe that, well, let me stop there and just say, I mean, I'm willing to try to strike a compromise with you guys on a Lisa edit of a Bruce survey. And I can go into detail about the specific of the ask I have, but I do understand, you're right, this is the 11th hour, and if we do not walk out of this meeting with an agreement, we're not going to have a survey. We're all going to like float our own. So,
Right.
Well,
So I will talk about in terms of accomplishments. I don't see this as very different as our previous. Sorry, guys, I'm driving. But I don't see this as very different as our previous survey meetings, where the objective was to come out with a survey. So we have several drafts. My compromise was some of the edits that I made to your version, Bruce. And I'm not tied to all of them. They were my suggested edits. If you don't want to take them, you don't have to take them. But I think our best two options are the option that you put forth with my edits to some degree. So if, and then I read your email. So my question to you is, are you willing to take edits off your version? Um, because if you're not willing to take edits off your version, then that really shortens the meeting. Because I don't see us as having um, a unanimous vote on the ANC for a survey, which obviously we don't have to. You could obviously have a split vote, but that's going to really, I think, hurt the credibility. So it's entirely, obviously it's up to the entire ANC, but my question is back at you, because I think we could probably come out of here with some agreement with some edits if we're all willing to bend a little bit on the version that you put forth.
well, again, some preliminary things in terms of scheduling and timing. As I've indicated, because I have promised my constituents that I would survey them one way or another with an ANC instrument or my own survey, failing an ANC survey. I have to do that to understand their views so that I can vote accordingly on the commission. So it's a
Right.
prerequisite for me. So
Yep. Me
the
too.
right. So the survey that I have developed now has been reviewed, as I've told you, by research experts. I've now field tested it with a dozen of my constituents. I've gotten their evaluations. Any survey that would be agreed upon now would have to be field tested briefly, at least. You never put a survey in the field without testing it.
Right.
And
We did that the last time, so I'm assuming we would do the same this time.
okay, well, the problem there is, of course, is that we are here now, less than a month away from, if we stick to the May 28th deadline, rendering a resolution for DEMPED. I've mentioned a number of times that I think the minimum amount of time a survey needs to be up of this complexity, requiring the kind of reading of these designs that people need to do in advance, is 3 weeks. And so we just have to wrestle with these circumstances. And I just put on the table as well as a going in proposition that we have to discuss how to administer the survey, how to ensure security so people can't take it twice, what the protocols and mechanisms are for doing that, how we're going to publicize it to people, how we're going to monitor compliance as people take it. These are all factors that are important, not just looking at what a survey questionnaire looks like.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't think there's any dispute there. And I think if we go back to the record, some of us on the commission have been urging the entire commission to work on this for months now. This is like something that we did not accomplish well as a commission. But we are where we are. And Bruce, I again ask you if you are willing to accept any edits to your survey, because there are certain things in your survey that is just, and I'm not saying many, but there are some deal breakers in there for me. So if you are not willing to accept any edits, that changes definitely how I think I will proceed in this meeting. And in terms of the timeline, I am willing to do, if this ANC can agree on something, I am willing to do what I can do and pull the strings that I can pull, to ask for an extension for us, because we're finally at a point where, maybe we'll have something together. That's not out of the cards. We've asked for extensions before and they've been granted. Maybe this is a case where they'll grant another one. So that's something else that we should also keep in mind. But first thing first is, do we have a survey that we can agree on? And like I said, Commissioner Gosselin has also just said there are certain things in the 2 surveys that have been circulated by you, primarily me, edits to that he is willing to compromise on. I am saying I am willing to compromise on some things as well. And I am asking you if you are willing to accept changes or edits to your survey. If the answer is no, just tell the commission that, so some of us on here know how to proceed.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy.
But Bruce, before you answer, Peter has had his hand up.
I just say, Bruce, there's one way to ask the question in a practical sense. You consider I could offer what the ask I made in this note I sent. I sent it just before the meeting, but as a sort of test case about whether you willing to accept it, accept edits or not.
Your audio is a little faulty, Peter. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, I can't understand either.
You could answer Lisa's question in the abstract, or an alternative would be I could offer, recite to you the couple of changes I'd like to see at the very top in question 8, and you could decide whether that's acceptable or sort of staying a framework of what you
So I would be happy to look at compromises, alternative wording of questions, and so forth. My concern about this, again, is that because of the problems with the survey working group process, which we don't need to get into, but just for people to understand, I have had to pursue on a parallel track my own survey, which is ready to go. So I don't want to be in a position of being held up in satisfying the needs and concerns of my constituents with a further prolonged commission process that may, at the end of the day, not lead anywhere. That's my concern at right now, sitting here in this meeting.
Okay, so as you discuss your concern, it sounds as though you're driving a survey of your own for the ANC. And I feel that that's not the way we should be doing business. If we're doing it for everyone, again, you're mentioning it as your survey. It seems as though you're not amenable to have any changes done to your survey. So I don't know, maybe it's in the best interest for you to possibly just do your own survey if, because it's your survey, as you mentioned. So I don't know. I think I'm really to the point where I don't even know if I want to do a specific survey because it's become so contentious. And, it seems as though Bruce is leading this rather than the ANC. So that's just my 2 cents. Carol, go ahead.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay. Well, I just learned of an inherent problem in the survey just about 20 minutes ago. And that is the fact that Lisa just told me that Mr. Eichner and Mr. Heyer worked on her survey. And we have had uh, no similar people from the opposite side working on our survey. So that presents a real problem for me. Um, I don't understand what two pro-development, special interest group pro-development people were doing working on Lisa's survey that she presented to us. And I had to ask twice if
This
any.
is,
So I'm talking right now.
yeah.
That's a real problem for me. We didn't invite
Okay.
Andrea Rosen or Cheryl Barnes or Michelle Wolin or any of the anti-housing people to work on our survey. So that presents a real problem for me.
But I don't think some of us don't know who the people were that Bruce worked for on the
Right.
survey. They're members of
And
the community. So if members of the
let me
community,
respond.
go
let,
ahead.
let me respond. So let me say for the record, this is not Lisa's survey. This was Bruce's version that I had edits to. And I sent that to them for comment, just like Bruce sent his version to the community, certain members who, like you said, we don't know who they are,
Yes, you do.
for
I'm sorry to
comment.
interrupt. I've told you who they are. Let's
You
not
told
pretend.
me,
Let's not
wait a
pretend
minute,
we don't know
stop.
who they are.
Don't interrupt because that's not who I was talking about. You said that you had 11 people review it, that you had didn't you say that?
Lisa, they're constituents, Lisa. They're just ordinary
Okay.
people who took the test.
Well, but Ron Eichner is a constituent.
Now, these are
So
preliminary.
the bottom line is I asked them for feedback and they gave it to me. I didn't accept all their feedback. Certain things I did accept. And that really with me is here nor there. You know who they are. You know the edits that I submitted to Bruce's survey. I did not come up with a survey of my own. I submitted edits to your survey version. Now, either you accept them or you're not. I'm not going to sit on this call and talk about Ron Eichner, Tom Heyer, Susan Gigley, or the other people that you mentioned that were professional on your survey. The main question is, Bruce, do you want to accept edits or not? I mean, it's no sense in belaboring this. And I said at the top of this, you could probably get a unanimous vote on your version if you're willing to accept edits. So we have all pretty much made promise. I made promises to my constituents to do a survey also. If we come off the call tonight and we don't have a resolution, I am going to do my own survey and I'm, just going to submit what I could do. That's what you're doing. So that's what we're going to have to do. I mean, but as I said, you have an opportunity to probably get a pretty close to unanimous vote on your survey if you're willing to accept edits. We should be talking about what you're willing to accept. I don't know if you read my edits. I don't know which ones you accept, which ones you don't. Some people have commented on it, and I'm willing to discuss their comments and what their concerns are. There's certain things that, Carol said, I'm willing to take it out. I'm willing to discuss it. 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 I'm not, I'm not, I'm not looking at this through a one-way mirror. If it concerns you that deeply, yeah, I'll take it out. So what are you going to do?
Can I just say,
I'm trying to get to the middle. I'm trying to get to a survey.
Excuse me, can I
Okay.
please say
And
something? Yes? May I say something? Ron Eichner and Tom Heyer have a financial incentive. So having them review your survey is not the same as
it's
having just
not
any,
my
I'm
survey.
still
And
talking,
that's your
Lisa.
opinion.
I am
Well, you know what?
still
Bruce interrupted
talking.
me, so maybe that's the go. So they don't have a
Lisa,
financial interest in this, Liz.
Lisa,
That's
I'm
just
still talking.
untrue.
I want to finish my
Yes,
sentence
but you're
if you
not
don't
being
mind.
truthful. You're not being
Would
truthful.
you,
Li-
well, then
Liz, could you
you can
also not
correct me
mention
when
that
I'm
they have
done.
financial interest in this without confirming or speaking?
Corinthia,
I
I'm
don't think,
still, Corinthia,
yes, but I just want
I'm
to,
still
I
talking.
just want to correct. We don't know if they have financial interest in them.
Point
They
of
were not
order, point of
presented.
order, point of
So
order,
let's not say
point
that.
of order. Where's the chairperson who is controlling this meeting?
I'm
Liz was,
speaking.
She
Liz
was
I
was
was
talking.
speaking.
Liz was
I was
speaking.
speaking. Yes.
Liz was speaking. Lisa and Corinthia interrupted. Where is the
So
chairperson
did
who is
Bruce.
controlling the
So did
decorum of this
Bruce.
meeting? Okay,
So
let Liz
did
finish.
Bruce.
please?
So did Bruce. Bruce interrupted me.
Okay, okay. So
And I think Bruce stepped down as the co-chair, so I think I was the co-chair, Corinthia. And I was just asking Liz not to put on a public call saying that anyone has financial interest without exactly knowing that. You're making an assumption, and I know you wouldn't want us to make similar assumptions about you without you being on the call to defend yourself. So let's just retract that, and you can go on with your
Retract
statements.
it. I will not retract it, Corinthia. Don't retract it for
I'll
me.
retract it for you because they're not here to defend
Nonsense.
themselves. I don't like to
Nonsense.
make
Absolute
misperceptions.
nonsense. I have First Amendment rights to say what I think, and you cannot correct. You can correct what you want. You can tell me that I'm wrong, but you can't take it back
Okay.
for me.
Okay,
You
you're
can't take it back
wrong.
from me.
Okay,
I don't know
you're
who you
wrong,
think
Liz.
you are.
You're wrong,
I-
Liz. I'm Corinthia Simmons. That's who
I
I
don't
am.
give it. I don't give.
You
a
don't what?
toss.
I'm Corinthia. So go
Good for
ahead.
you.
I'll remove
Congratulations,
it for
but you're
you.
not
I know.
me, and you cannot
We'll
take
never
back
want to
what I
be. We'll
said.
never want to be you, Liz. But continue.
Yes, I understand that. I
All right,
understand that
so
you
we're
don't want
off
to be me.
track. We're off track. The discussion should be on, and we are getting sidebar. All right, when we talk about delaying the process and not getting to the point goes back to Bruce. Will you accept any edits to your survey version?
I
It's
said
as simple as that.
I already said I would look at edits. I already said that.
so
Okay, so then let's talk about that.
Well, Lisa, there are other factors involved that I've already identified that also we have to talk about at the same time if this is going to be a workable proposition. So, that's why I put those on the table right up front.
so
Right, but I just, yeah, go on, Peter, and then I'll go in line. I can't see who has their hand raised, and I
Laura's
can't raise
next. She
my hand.
doesn't have her hand raised. So Peter, Laura, then Carol.
So, look, Bruce, I mean, I have been, so I have a suggestion about the first substantive question. But I'm trying to stay within your framework. So in that regard, I'm trying to address all of these procedural things that you raised, which the timetable is awful. But I mean, my concern with question 8, I've already voiced concern about the bald yes no question, but I'm willing to accept that. What I would like to see as a change, and I just offer this to you to react to, is changing the phrasing of question 8 as it now reads to, do you support the addition of at least some housing at the Civic Core? As an aside, I said in my note to everyone that the question of what we call the site has been so politicized. I would consider library site as a useful term, but nonetheless, I mean, my suggestion. Excuse me.
You're coming in and you're coming out. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm sorry. My suggestion here is that we change the phrasing of question 8. Read, do you support the addition of an at the and then that we do the same thing for the yeses that we did for the no's, which is try to probe why. Frankly, my interest in this is that I, perhaps different than some of the other members of the ANC, am willing to support the idea of some housing, but I am concerned about the numbers, all of the numbers of all of the proposals. My instinct is they're too high. So I think there are some people who would most be yeses for some, but have a lower threshold for what they. That's my suggestion for what we very first question before we get to the 8 proposal.
Okay, Laura.
Hi. I think we need. I'm hearing a little bit of an echo. Are you guys hearing an echo?
No, I
Can
don't,
you
Laura.
mute?
Who is unmuted?
It's you because your name keeps coming up. So if you'd mute, that would help, I think. Hey, Laura, you just muted. You don't want to.
Did you not want me to mute?
No, I said, I think it's Lisa who is.
Ah, okay.
She's muted. We're good to go.
Oh, we're good to go? Okay. If everybody was muted but me. Look, we don't have time to squabble. And I do understand that there are concerns about implicit biases and different people's points of view who helped with survey. But let's just like look at this like a computer, fixing a computer, right? I had a 12-year-old kid crack my computer open when my husband couldn't remember my password. I didn't care. It wasn't the Microsoft expert. It was a 12-year-old. I just wanted it fixed. So let's just do the survey and go question by question, I think. And if there is implicit bias, I think it'll reveal itself in the question. But if we can try not to be ad hominem and let our feelings go and just stick to the business, I think we can. We need to hammer this out so that we have time to advertise it and time to get responses and time to evaluate those responses. So let's just, maybe somebody can share the screen with
Yeah,
the survey and we
I
can go
can share
question
it.
by question.
We can go question by question. So everyone that still has their hand up, is it okay to proceed going question by question, or do you guys need to speak on something before we start? Liz, you still have your hand up?
I do, but I'll wait until we get to the point I want to make. Thank you.
Corinthia, just a point. We can do this now.
Right.
Just to understand though, that survey design.
Okay, Bruce, I think it's advantageous, everyone wants to go along and get a survey done. It's important for us to look at the survey, go through it. I think we don't have times to go back. You
Point
talked
of
about
point of order. Bruce was speaking and he was interrupted. Can someone, the chairperson, please control the meeting?
The co-chair is going to move along. I think it's important to just go through the survey and talk about it now. Bruce, are you trying to say that we delay it? We need a special expert in the meeting right now?
I would just say this, that the phrasing of questions is an expert exercise that we need to be careful about. I'm leery of agreeing extemporaneously here tonight on the fly to wording of questions that need to be reviewed so that we actually have a question that can stand scrutiny once it goes.
Okay, so
yeah.
Somebody want to take host because I'm about to leave. I feel like we're wasting time. Now you're saying we need experts. What's the point of us having this survey meeting if you don't want to work through the survey and revise the questions right now? Like, I don't have time to wait. It seems pointless then. So would another ANC person like to?
No, hang on a minute, Corinthia. I don't know who has their hand up, but I would like
No
to
one.
speak.
No one.
Okay. All right. So I think we need to proceed with Laura's very rational suggestion. We need to proceed like we've done like 3 months of survey meetings, Bruce, that you participated in. what, a year or so ago. Bruce, I do believe that you can preliminarily agree on edits. And if you want to take them back to your survey experts, who you gave us a name, and I have no problem with them. They participated, I think the majority of them last go around. I just wanted to know who they were. That's all. I'm not calling them out. I don't think they have any special interest. I just wanted to know who they were. And I think what you can do is take the suggestions that you got tonight that maybe you preliminarily agree on and run them by them and say, we need a quick deadline. But in my opinion, Bruce, we can't even proceed on the procedural stuff you're talking about unless we have a survey. If we have a document that we all know and we all pretty much agree on is going to be our working document, then those are the next steps to discuss. And then the step that I would take with the commission's permission is to, beg, borrow, and steal from the administration in getting us an extension. So, but we can't proceed on any of that until we have a working document. I certainly can't go to the administration and say, can you give us an extension when we can't even get to square one? And right now, I feel like we're at square 99. There were really not that many edits, to your document. There really wasn't. And some of them I said I'm willing to take off the table if it's going to cause a bunch of confusion. So really we're talking about a few things here that we could probably discuss and get your up or down in probably 10 minutes.
So
And then you can take the
okay,
document back to the professionals and ask them what their opinion is, and we can move forward with the rest of what we need to discuss.
so do you want to pull up your draft, your edits?
Yeah,
That's what
that would be
I was
my
gonna do.
suggestion. Pull
Yeah.
pull up my version.
Yeah.
And the first edit was really simple. I just had in the welcome to the survey, the only thing I added was 8 proposed designs. You had 4 the designs, and I just said 8 proposed. So I mean, we could go through these really quickly, and if you really don't like them, say so. And but we need you to say that you're willing to work with us on this. We're willing to work with you. But if you're not going to, say, I could take this, I can't take this, then I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think there's anything else we can do on this call.
So I have the survey up. Laura has her hand raised. Go ahead, Laura.
Okay, so can I channel a little bit my teacher and just ask that maybe we look kind of question by question and ask everybody to review it for 30 seconds, raise hands, take them in order of their ANC number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we have any comments, and then see if there's any common ground. If everybody, if you're just okay, maybe we can just put a thumbs up or something, and just go in number order with the feedback. I think that could go efficiently, maybe.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So can we start with the welcome survey? Are there any comments on this portion of the welcome survey, starting with Gore, then Sherman, as we went to 1 through 5,
Okay.
1 through 7.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll start off. I'm on 1, but also I made this edit, which was just to say in the second paragraph, we say the Chevy Chase Advisory well, you guys got it on screen. I don't have to read it. Wishes to understand community preferences for the 8 proposed. That was my only change.
Okay, Sherman,
That's fine.
Goss,
Grunwald,
sorry.
you unmute.
That's fine
please.
with, this is Steve Connors, it's
Okay.
fine with me.
Steve, please, we're just taking commissioner comments right
All
now.
right.
Okay.
Grunwald,
So, yeah, I think that the paragraph should read, the Chevy Chase Advisory Neighborhood Commission 34G wishes to understand community preferences for the proposed development of the Civic Core site, including, but not limited.
okay, can you put in the chat and I can just add it to the screen? It's longer, then I can edit really quickly.
Well, I just want to run
Can
it by
she-
everybody in a verbal way, just
Yeah.
like previous one was.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start over and say, I think it should read, the Chevy Chase Advisory Neighborhood Commission 34G wishes to understand community preferences for the proposed development of the Civic Core site, including, but not limited to, 8 proposed designs that were solicited by the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. And the reason I believe that is I had sent this all to you earlier, but I don't know if any of you read it. DEMPID's own website states that it is seeking comments of all kinds with regards to the commons, not just questions concerning the 8 proposals. It says the public is invited to offer comment on the future of the Chevy Chase Civic Site property, including preferences and concerns about the proposals presented at the public disposition hearing, blah, blah, blah. So I think our introductory paragraph should not be less inviting and egalitarian than DEMPID's requests for input. We must not restrict comment to the 8 proposals or emphasize them in any way. I think we should be as generous and open to a wide range of responses as DEMPID says it is in soliciting its views. So I would just like to change that sentence.
I don't have a problem with it going back to 01. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay. Carol, can you place it in the chat and I can add it to the screen so everyone sees the new edits?
Okay, but while I'm doing that, I'm going to miss the next thing. I'll try to do it.
Peter is gonna give his
So
feedback.
let me just say, one, I'm fine with Carol's edit. And 2, I again advocate that civic core commons, these should become kind of politicized, and I'd suggest that we just describe the site as the Chevy Chase Community Center Library site. It's about as non-political as you can get, and it's the way most people now identify the site. So that's my only add to Carol's edit.
So
like
Cynthia, the only thing I have with that is that when you look at the DEMPED site, it's referred to as the Civic Core site. And when I've been talking to my constituents, when I tell them to look up the proposal, I tell them to Google Chevy Chase Civic Core site to get to the DEMPED. So I think, you know, just like remaining consistent with the messaging, I would prefer to stick to the Civic Core site. Peter, and then we'll go to Liz.
Hey, hello, 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, Laura. So Peter skipped both of us.
Okay, I think maybe that we use both and like, maybe say like we redevelop the Chevy Chase Community Center and Library, which DEMPED refers to as the Civic Core, comma. And then if we introduce it that way at the beginning, and maybe we can even just say hereafter called the site, you know, like how they do in contracts.
Oh,
Then we don't have to type it the whole time. That
Right.
might be helpful.
Okay, so I have Carol's wording, and I just want to know where, let me see, I'm trying to put this in here. I need to put track changes on.
As you're doing that, just a comment, the survey already all throughout has Civic Core in it. So we'll have to go and replace what we have in there currently. Is the Civic Core that contentious a title?
I think so, because there is a group that calls it the Commons. It's not the civic site. And I think if we just stick with Civic Core, which is on the project site, we're being consistent.
I think I agree. I just call it Civic Core, and I think, yeah.
I made my suggestion. But if this is going to become a bone of contention, it's easier to leave Civic Core. Fine.
Okay, so before we move any further, I believe, Laura, you had some other edits for this paragraph that we took from Carol. You had mentioned
No,
a
I was
comma.
just trying to type Carol's while she was talking. So if
Okay.
y'all are good
Okay.
with Civic Core and you're good with this, I'm good. Let's go.
But I'd like to
Okay,
comment.
Liz, go ahead,
Yeah.
Liz.
How about, why don't we use Civic Core /commons / /commons, because some people do call it the Commons, and then afterwards call it the site, you know, here and after the site.
Um, this is all well and good. At the end of the day, somebody's going to have to rewrite this entire survey.
We could just do a control find,
Well,
update it
yes, you
on
can.
the Word document, and then you can copy and paste it in the survey questions.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, very, very.
It would be a deal breaker. I'll give it up, okay?
Okay, so I think we had a little more consistency on keeping at the civics core site. Carol, and then
Yep.
if we can move on.
Okay, I would recommend that we give all the names that it has the first time and then call it the civic site or whatever you call it, the civic core, the way Bruce already has it. So I think it's important to say it's the civic core, also known as the Commons. You can say that the first time and then call it, you know, whatever you want, whatever Bruce already is calling it throughout the rest of the document.
He's calling it civic
Suggested.
core. So I'm confused. I thought we agreed to keep it as civic core.
I'm saying that we should on first introduction call it by all its names, and then on subsequent mentions call it by whatever Bruce has already in the document. So the first mention would be the civic core, also AKA the Commons. That's how a lot of people know it, the Chevy Chase Commons.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the rest, so Bruce doesn't have to rewrite the whole survey. Would just continue on calling it the civic core or whatever he calls it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll work.
Corinthia, did you see my note about the third paragraph?
No, it's in the chat.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
now included in the second paragraph, I believe, so it can come out once you finish that edit.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. The only thing I'll say, and as we go through this, we have to be cognizant that we want parents and young people to take it. And the 15 minutes, I think, may be too long, but hopefully moving on to the second one. Preliminaries, I think we're all good with this. Lisa has a comment. I think we should capture the additional categories. I do agree. Oh, wait, go ahead, Lisa. So do you want to add anything else to your comment here?
No, I was just trying to capture other people that lived in 3 and 4, but outside of the ANC, 3-4G. So I do think, well, obviously we're, going to really give the preference to our commission area, but just to have a broader understanding of who was taking a survey.
Okay.
This is one that I tied.
Are you still talking?
Lisa, are you there?
Let's come back to Lisa. Bruce, any objections to these edits? Yes or no?
No. I just
Okay.
keep just one thing about this. Keep in mind how we want to use this information.
Yeah.
For
Yes.
information because we think we're going to use it in some way. How are we going to use this information?
Okay. Grunwald?
Yeah.
Yes, what?
I don't know why we're asking if people live in Ward 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, or do not live in DC. I thought this the survey was for Chevy Chase residents.
Laura?
I mean, if we want to restrict it to Chevy Chase residents, then I think we don't need that information. But I'm just thinking, like, for example, if you lived over by Livingston Park, for example, and you weren't in this ANC technically, but this site was important to you, you might want to have a voice. You might be actually closer to the site than somebody over in Hawthorne. So I think I would have those just in case they took it, and then we could disaggregate the data and just know who said what. Otherwise, we have to restrict the survey, and I think there might be people who have frequent use who would want to be included. And they may even think of themselves as Chevy chasers, you know?
Well, by
Okay, it's my turn. So I would like to keep this in here because Chevy Chase isn't the only residents who utilize the site. So when I'm at the site, I'm engaging with people and some people come from Colonial Village, Shepherd Park, the people who were just redistrict outside of Chevy Chase, who used to be outside of Chevy Chase. I think their input is important. And just like if Wilson Pool was redone, I'm pretty sure we would like to have feedback in that because a lot of us use Wilson Pool. Peter? Oh, and just as I'm keeping notes, I have yes for Lisa to keep it as is, yes for Bruce. I think Carol was a no, Laura was a yes, and Corinthia is a yes, and that's yes to keep it as. Peter Goslin.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that Carol, I don't think, I mean, when you go online, when you post this online, anybody, somebody in New York City could answer this. I mean, I'm asking, they come from, I'm agnostic about whether we ask them to drill down and exactly where they come from, but we have to have some category that has them not in DC or in DC, but not in the AV.
it's
Peter, you
just
gotta
really
talk
wacky.
closer.
You
Okay.
got to stay real close to your sound, Peter. You're really
Yeah.
breaking up.
Okay. So
Let me mention something that bears on this. I'm fine with the wording. How we choose to use the information later is a separate issue. But in terms of, Peter, your comment just prompted the thought. Somebody from outside the area that wants to take the survey. The question is going to be, how are they even going to know to take the survey? And how do we distribute the survey? And something for you to be very mindful of. In SurveyMonkey, the only way to ensure people cannot take it twice is to send it to someone's email.
Let's not forget, Bruce, the Chevy Chase listserv includes Maryland people who are not in DC. Go ahead, Liz.
I'm not sure how that's relevant though, Corinthia.
Because I'm pretty sure we'll be posted on the Chevy Chase listserv. Marylanders are on the Chevy Chase listserv. Marylanders will take it. Marylanders can say, I do not live in DC. I had a cleanup and a resident from Maryland was there and she's very invested. So I think it's important to know if someone doesn't live in DC.
I don't know that I was clear. In order to distribute the survey with security so people can't take it twice, you have to have someone's email. So if we post this and make it publicly available, the instruction's going to need to be, unless we find another way of going around it, and I've researched it and I haven't found it yet, that someone would have to send an email to be sent the survey. In other words, it wouldn't be, as it was in 2023, publishing a QR code and a link, and anybody anywhere can take it.
When did we agree on that? Because
I'm not saying we
Oh,
have
it-
it. I'm simply
Okay.
saying in order to avoid people being able to take it twice, there are certain provisions in SurveyMonkey that let you do that, but it does create protocols that bear on who, where, and so forth can take it.
Oh, I'm surprised because during our first survey meetings, you said you wanted this to be anonymous.
It's not that it's not anonymous. They would take it
You'll
in.
have their email, so
Excuse
then you
me,
would
is
know.
this a conversation between Corinthia and Bruce? I think there are a bunch of people who would like to speak. Corinthia,
Oh, wow.
you're not the back and forth person. Everyone needs to be able to speak.
Did you tell
point of
Bruce to not
order.
jump in either? Go ahead, Liz.
Bruce,
I do,
What?
to the point about putting it on the listserv, I don't agree that that's how to distribute the survey. I think asking people to send their emails doesn't mean that we'll know how they respond to the survey. It just means they sent us their email, we send them the survey, and as they fill it out, it's anonymous. Okay, this survey should not be open to everybody on the planet. It's the Chevy Chase community center and library and civic site. It is not the site for all mankind.
It is. Oh, go ahead,
Is it?
Peter. Go ahead, Peter.
It is not, Corinthia. Just let me make my point and then you can make yours.
Peter?
Yeah, I'm confused, Liz and Bruce. We were able to do a survey that, Bruce, I thought you felt comfortable was sufficiently secure so that in 2023, by widely publicizing it. And my concern about doing it in a different way is that you almost ensure that you're going to get a lower response rate. And we already know that we're working with problems with response rate because we're on such a tight deadline. So why don't we do it the same way as we did in 2023? Why is it at any greater risk than we were at in 2023?
Peter, I'm open to doing it that way. I don't mean to suggest I'm not. I'm simply saying, and you know very well, that there has been a lot of comments since 2023 about people taking the survey twice.
But don't I remember, I'm sorry, and Liz, bear with me for 1 second. So don't I remember that you felt that you were able to do a readout of the way the responses came in such that you felt comfortable that we were not getting we were not getting a lot of dupes?
You're right, Peter. It wasn't a problem. It's a problem of optics.
Okay, but so to the extent that we take the 2023 seriously, why are the optics any different this time? Why should we treat it any differently?
Because there have been a lot of commentary since then about the 2023 survey disparaging it because people say people could take it twice. You know, I've seen lots of comments, as you have too, on the listserv about that. I've heard it kind of constantly. We don't have to get bogged down in this now. I just wanted to put it out there. I'm happy to move on. We can come back to it.
Okay, so how it looks, the majority is okay with this question as it
And
is.
let me just come back to one point on the citywide portion. I live in wards 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. To kind of address something Carol said. Some of the users in our programming absolutely come from outside of our area in this ward. The members of the ballet class are predominantly ward 7 and 8. And they've been using that center probably longer than some of our kids that live in the ward and live in ANC 34G. So it's really important, I think, for the reasons that everyone has said. I want to point that out particularly because we've been fighting to maintain that ballet floor and making sure they're included in the new version of the center. And those kids predominantly come from 7 and 8. Okay.
All right, so we ready to go on to the next question?
No, we are not.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe Michelle Wolin was in front of me.
Is this so can I go back? I guess we didn't talk about meeting protocol. So are we gonna have community members or is this just for the ANC to go through?
So normally in working groups, what I've always done is let the ANC get its work through and then have community comments near the end. So that way both, the community can comment on it. I mean, if it's a short comment, go on and let her make it.
Michelle, is this short?
Oh, it is short. And I just want to say that, again, we allowed other people in the last survey. I think it's fine to have it on the listserv. The thing is, we need to definitely be able to aggregate it and have, like we did with the last survey, one that is just this ANC, so we know what they want. Because one potential problem with going outside is the advocacy groups, Coalition for Smarter Growth, WIN, and Ward 3 Vision with its, Cleveland Park Smart Growth, they send out emails to their membership all over the city and even outside the city. And you'll see, at least with when you want comments, all these form letters coming in from all over. And people that
Right.
live here have no way to do that. So it can
Right.
be very skewed. So that's just why we
Right.
need to be able to separate out this ANC from other things and be aware that the others potentially can be skewed. Okay, that's all.
Thank
Right.
you.
Point well taken.
Are we, Carol?
Yeah, I'm really adamant that we keep this survey to Chevy Chase residents. Chevy Chase residents are going to be are the ones who are going to have to live with this development in perpetuity. I don't see why people from other wards across the city should decide whether we have large buildings or housing right in the middle of our little Main Street. They may take ballet lessons at the community center and they may take fencing lessons at the community center, but I don't think that they should have have a decision, be able to take part in a decision as to whether we have large buildings and housing in our community, right in the middle of our community. We're the ones who will have to live with this for 99 years. And it doesn't seem fair to me to invite outsiders to take this survey.
Okay, are we ready to go on to the second question?
No.
Just
I
to
have- I have-
address that, go ahead.
Quick question. I'm wondering, like, why 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, or 8 were all aggregated into one answer? Why not just list them? I live in Ward 1. I live in Ward 2. I live in Ward 5.
You can do that.
6,
I was just
7.
trying to make it as simple as possible.
I'd
As long
like
as
to know where the people, I would actually like to know if we're going to leave it in, and I'm not clear that I want to do that, but if we are going to leave it in, I'd like to know where the answers are coming from.
Okay, great. So I'll add a comment
That's fine.
for when
Yeah.
Bruce and his experts design. I'll just add it here. Separate out each ward as an option.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so Cal, is it quick?
Yeah, very quick. Hearing that people in the neighboring ANCs use our site, I suggest we put 3E and 3F as well as categories. And for the
Okay.
reason that one of the commissioners stated that there are people who just live a few blocks or outside of the ANC, of our ANC, so.
Okay, so thank you, Cal. Peter, do you want to add anything else? It's 7:56. I would like to get as much done as we can. Okay.
I still have my hand up.
Go ahead, Carol.
I would like a reply from some other commissioners as to what I said. The fact that we are the ones who are gonna have to live with this development, and I don't think it's fair that people who live elsewhere have a say in whether we have enormous buildings and housing right in the middle of our
Okay,
Main Street.
go ahead, Peter.
So Carol, look, I would advocate that we do this just as we did the 2023 survey.
I agree.
That these people outside the community have a vote on this. This is not a vote. We can, as we did in 2023, parse out the outside the ANC community. So you'll see who's inside and who's outside. But I have to say that I think that we're designing in a low response rate if we don't publicize this broadly. And that includes in a way that allows people outside the community to take the survey. It doesn't mean that we mingle the responses. We can parse who's inside and who's outside. But that would be my response.
Thanks. And I'm gonna respond. We live in Washington, D.C. DMPED is leading this. This is gonna be a site that's gonna be used by everyone. So everyone's voice in this city can be heard. Chevy Chase residents' voice can have more weight. So I'm ready to move on to question 2. Are there any comments starting with SMDO1?
You mean question 3? Under
We are good.
preliminary?
We're gonna skip. I just going through as Laura suggested, question by
Yeah.
question. So this,
Well,
do
I
you
would do.
own or rent?
Okay. No. Yeah, I don't have any. No. I think that's fine. I didn't have any edits on that.
Okay. And I think maybe just to expedite this, if we just people raise their hands, if you don't have anything to add, we don't need to go 1, 2, 3. So Carol,
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a problem with number 3. What is your age? Under 18. I don't think,
Carol was still on 2. So did no one else have any edits on do you own or rent your home? Okay. So let's go to number 3.
So on number 3, I took this from Laura.
why don't get
Um, we're starting back with single
Yeah.
member districts.
And
only.
you're welcome to take it off if you want. I didn't know if the child would be interested to get a child's perspective, but you know, they aren't legal voters. So if you want to take it off, I'm not going to follow my sword. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fall on the sword on this one. I like leaving it in, but because I think as an ANC we should encourage our young kids to participate. I mean, why would we not want them to do it? That's what I want to hear. Why would we not? And whether they're of legal voting age or not, this is not a vote. This is asking people their opinion. So why would we not want the opinion of kids and people of young age that are going to use a center? I mean, 17 and 18-year-olds. I mean, we wouldn't want to know how they feel about the center and participate in using it and what they want to see inside that center. They're going to be the users of it. I mean, those are the people that are going to be using it a lot longer than we are. So personally, the more I think about it, the more I want it to stay in. I think the ANC should absolutely encourage kids to take this survey.
Liz, then Carol.
If you don't mind, let Carol go first and I'll go after her.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not in favor of polling young children of any age under the age of 18. Age 18 is the federal voting age, and it's the age at which a person can sign a lease and rent an apartment in the district. I don't think they have any business deciding about whether we should have rental housing on the site of the library and the community center. So I would be opposed to polling people under age 18.
Okay, Liz, so we have Lisa, yes, Carol, no. Liz, go ahead.
I think the idea of having 6-year-olds answer this or 7-year-olds answer this is a little bit odd, honestly. So I'm not in favor of just lumping it as under 18. And Lisa, you said, 16, 17-year-olds. There's a big difference between the judgment of a 16 and 17-year-old and the judgment of a 10-year-old. And this does not differentiate it. I have a problem with the opposite end of the spectrum. I think lumping everybody who's 76 plus is a problem.
Okay, so what are your suggestions for that? I can add it up in here.
My
76 to what?
76 to 85, and then 85 up
85 plus?
plus, right?
Okay, 85 plus, so they'll be lumped in. Okay, Bruce or
Do you want to
Goslin?
break it out? We can have 95, 85 to 90,
No, we could
85 to
keep
96
going.
if you want.
So I would suggestion, I would keep the age breakouts the same as we had on the 2023 survey for comparability. I would
Yeah.
not introduce new age breakouts.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bruce, what
agree.
was that? What was it on the survey?
Well, I think we had it here. I'd probably
That's
just.
what we
It was
have.
at 76 plus? Okay, all
Well,
right.
I mean, I'll go back and take a look, but I mean, whatever it was, we'll just use.
Okay. I can look at that.
I agree with you on that, Bruce. I think that's a broader point. We need to be able to compare from one to one. So I agree. That's
All right, let's move on to,
I have a question, please. My hand is up.
go ahead.
Bruce, was under 18 included in the last survey?
No,
Okay, so I, again, am pretty adamant that that not be included,
Carol,
another
Carol,
I
point,
just
another,
agreed.
We
I
just,
just
we just,
agreed,
we
Carol.
just said, I just put the comment in here for the experts to use the same at brackets as the previous survey.
But I
So
just-
you're good to go.
but I just want to make a point anyway, that parents often tell their kids what to do. So for that, that's another
Okay.
reason. Thank you.
Question 4, it seems like we're all good with children. Any objections to this question? All right. Any objections to gender? Okay. Ethnicity? Any objections?
No, but
Danny?
let me add, Bruce, is this the same way that we had framed it in the last survey?
I believe I just copied and pasted.
Okay, great. Because I just want to say I'm glad we have the 2 bottom categories.
Okay. So next, civic core designs.
So,
Do you want me to explain?
yeah, go
mine
ahead.
here?
Yeah.
All right. So I added in the question about contributing to solving the housing crisis. I'm not tied to that, but I am tied to the question that I brought in from Gosselin, where if we ask, and I know Peter was talking about this at the top of the meeting on 8. So Peter, you can reiterate what you were saying, but I just think we cannot say yes, I support, no, I don't, no preference. If someone says no, I think it's really important to tell the city why. And Peter offered, so I brought in from Peter's survey his drill down to the whys. Now, I'm not necessarily tied to, like, if somebody said, well, here's another reason why people don't support it. I'm open to that. But I think we just can't say yes, no, no preference. If someone particularly says no, I think it's really important to tell the city why they're objecting to it. Now, I think Carol raised concern. I don't know. I couldn't read all of, what she had wrote previously. To the housing crisis, we can remove that. But I am, do have a strong opinion about 8 and the drill down on 8.
So, I hear you. I think the question about addressing the housing crisis, we'd have to take that out because it's, um, yeah, that question has got kind of an inherent bias in it. The current structure of the survey, if you say no to supporting housing at the civic core, you jump to the next question where you're given a set of options as to what you do want. And in that context, then you are providing further information and you're given an opportunity of offering a comment if you have something else in mind for what you want at the civic core. So just to be clear, it isn't as though if you say no, you don't have any further input and you're not asked for any further information, right?
Right.
And
I guess my concern, go on.
well, I was going to say that when you're trying as a framer of what the response categories are here for this question, and you're trying to identify what you think are, and here we have, 1, 2, 3, 4 responses. If you said no, what's your reason? Um, it might just be preferable just to say, and I'm not a big fan of why questions because they're very hard to interpret and hard to quantify. But here you might want to just let people tell you why as opposed to giving them preset response categories. Um, Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know how well these response categories capture the reasons why people would not want uh, housing. Partly in jumping to the next question, it's because we have understood in this community that people have preferred to renovate or build new community center library facilities. That's been primarily the reason why.
Okay, let's go
Yeah.
to Carol.
So I guess my
Mm.
let me just respond to Bruce on that. So I guess my only hesitancy on an open-ended is the how do you analyze, unstructured data. It's very tough. And if we get it that way, other than just turning over and I think we did do that in the last survey, turned over all narrative freeform responses. I mean, that's something that we could do, but absent that, if we're, trying to paint a picture for the city and, make sure they really understand why people are opposing, that's that is absolutely a tougher way to do it, as opposed to having some structured data in there.
So could I comment? I'd like to make two comments. One is that Bruce, we have been in hearings about this for years and years. And we know from all that time some of the basic divides on each side. We know more about the divides among those who say no. There are those who consider the site public and should always be public. There are those who are agnostic about whether it has to stay all public, but don't think that it can serve all the purposes. And we've heard an immense amount of testimony from people, particularly parents of younger kids, who are just worried about the transition and the time that it's going to take. We could go with an open-ended question, but that's my reason for thinking that we know pretty well kind of the major divides. It would be useful to us if to know how the no category breaks down. I think that we need to handle the yes even-handedly, so that if we're going to if we're going to drill down on what people think no, we ought to do the same. Yes, and frankly, the reason this is the thing that I really would like to see, and I'm willing to compromise on almost everything else in the draft that you provided. I think that many of the yeses don't want as much housing as is being proposed by any of the 8 proposals, but are willing to accept some. And I think it would be really useful to know how the yeses divide on that, and would help guide us in what we have to say to the city.
So, my thoughts is I want to keep the housing crisis in there because
Excuse me,
some people may.
excuse me, Corinthia.
What's the problem?
There are
What's the problem?
people who have their hands up and you just jumped in.
So how? So
Continue to
Lisa,
go. Continue to go.
Lisa, Bruce.
Continue to go in SMD order.
Okay, so Laura, is Laura still on the call? I can't tell. Oh, she must have stepped away. So I wanted to keep the housing crisis part in here so that people know so that people know there may be people who may not experience or even know that there is a housing issue because they may have been in their house for 40 years. So I think it's good information for people to know that the city just isn't adding it for fun, that they're adding it to address a city service or a city need for its residents. Adding to, I prefer not, I know we have the Roman numerals here. I'm more of a free form person. I would prefer if they listed out their why. So those are my thoughts. So go ahead, Liz. Or did you go, Carol? Did Peter jump over you?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. So, am I speaking now? Yeah. So I would be adamantly opposed to leaving in a question about where is it here? I can't see it. It's not, I can't see it. Clinty, you don't have it up.
Gotta come down, Carol. Go back up a little bit, Corinthia. There you go.
Yeah. How important is contributing to solving the housing crisis to you? I think that's totally inappropriate to ask people. We're here to ask people we're here to ask people what they want to see on the commons, period. And with regard to the fact of the question of whether we ask people why they don't want housing, if they say they don't, you can't just cherry pick 4 reasons and put those up there. The ones that were cherry picked here are the weakest reasons that have been given. There are many reasons why residents oppose housing on the site, and I sent you all a list of them a few weeks ago. The ones that were selected are very weak. And if we're going to ask people why they don't support housing on the site, we just can't list the 4 weaker ones. We have to list them all so that respondents' wide-ranging views can be adequately expressed. Also, many people have multiple reasons why they oppose housing on the site, and they should be given the opportunity to check all that apply. So some of the reasons that have been expressed for opposing housing on the site include, I believe public land is precious and should remain in public hands and not be given to a private developer. Another one would be adding large amounts of housing to the site will necessitate the construction of very large buildings, and I disapprove of very large buildings for this site. Another complaint that people have is the library, community center and park are the focal point and gathering spot for our community. I don't believe that a housing development is an appropriate focal point and gathering spot for the greater community. A 4th reason that people have given for opposing housing is adding housing for families to the development will worsen overcrowding in our local schools. A 5th reason would be I have concerns about what will happen if the residents of subsidized and voucher housing do not receive the social services they need. A 6th reason that people give is I am concerned about what will happen to the site and its subsidized residents if the developer sells the property. A 7th reason is I think that co-locating public uses with housing will make the new library, community center, and sports court feel like they belong to the housing residents rather than to the wider community. An 8th reason that people give is I believe that adding housing will worsen parking and traffic in our neighborhood since there is no metro stop close by and bus service is poor. A 9th reason is putting housing on the site and then providing vehicular access needed to service the housing only from the alley on Northampton Street will create traffic and parking problems in our neighborhood. A 10th reason is I believe we would have more room for trees and green space on the site if apartment buildings were not added to the site. An 11th reason is I'm concerned that Chevy Chase is the only neighborhood in DC beside the West End, which is being required to co-locate housing with its neighborhood library and our community center. I don't believe we should be singled out. A 12th reason is
Carol, can we put, I think we kind of get the gist. This has been a minute.
So like I said, if you just put 4 reasons in, that's not good enough. You either don't put any reasons in why you don't want housing, or you put them all in. That's my point. Thank you.
Could I respond? Are there others with hands up?
Yeah, there are. I have my hand up, and I've had my hand up, and I gave my spot, sort of gave my spot to Carol. But if you don't mind, I'd like to make another point. I mean, this is sort of related to Carol's point, but it is a point that has not actually been made anywhere, and that is the number of people who would actually be living at the site under all of these proposals is not the same as the number of units at the site. And to illustrate, 113 units at 24 1-bedrooms, 49 2-bedrooms, and 43 bedrooms comes out to 484 people who could possibly be living there legally on that site. So there's a big disconnect between the number of units and the number of actual people and the density of people living on the site. And we don't reflect that anywhere. We don't talk about it. but we should. We should be letting people know that the proposals are not clear about what the density at the site actually will be. And that's to your point, Peter, about if people would be happy to have some housing, would accept some housing, would be willing to have some housing, whatever word you want to use. Like, they don't understand how much housing these proposals actually involve.
So, let's see, can I speak now? Sure. So, I mean, to Carol's point, I mean, look, I am willing to do an open-ended answer. I mean, we spent an immense amount of time in 2023, I mean, Bruce tutoring us about the problems of open-ended answers. You end up with people interpreting them in any of a number of ways. So, but if I think we need to head towards doing a survey, and in the interest of getting something out, I'd be happy to, at least I for one would be happy to accept open-ended answers to the no's when asked why, and to the yeses, how much. And to Liz's point, I think, you know, it's in a really intelligent community. I mean, we have the various side-by-sides up in all sorts of places. People understand that 2-bedroom apartments and 3-bedroom apartments are going to be populated by more than one person. And so I just don't think, I think you can trust your neighbors to be smart enough to figure that out. I mean, again, we could, but on this store too, as long as we treat the yeses and the nos equally, and as long as we drill down a little bit and understand better why no or why, if yes, what orders of magnitude. The open-ended question could be how much. I mean, so and leave it for them to come up with it.
Either. Can I? Oh, there are other people. Sorry. I'll wait. I apologize.
I wanted to go back to Bruce on that, and sorry, I can't see. So if I'm jumping, let me know. But Bruce, how could you
Absolutely.
accommodate that?
So,
I mean, could we just do open-ended? I mean, I hate dealing with unstructured data, but could that be accommodated by just making the yes and no a open text field?
you could have a comments box at that question and invite people to explain their answer, yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
If you made it mandatory, that's a different proposition. And I would suggest allowing people to say, and many people will, yes or no. And then the other component of this is that we need to keep in mind that the very next question on the no's is to let people say what they would prefer instead with respect to a community center and library and so forth. But to honor Peter's concern about this, we could have a comment box on this question.
Yeah, I don't oppose that. I mean, okay, so let me just ask this, and I know this is kind of getting into the weeds. If we have the comment box, are we going to attempt to analyze that data, or are we going to just present it as is? I mean, are we going to try to look for themes? Or what's your thought on that? Or do we just turn it all over and let hopefully the city do its magic?
Well, this gets to the question of what we ourselves would intend to do with this information. So you always want obviously to have in mind the use of the information you're asking about and not ask for information that you're not going to use, right?
Yeah, right. That's my
So
point.
yeah, on the prior survey 2023, as all of us know, we did have a comments box at the end and we got a lot of comments, hundreds and hundreds of comments. Now, this is more focused on this particular question. And therefore, it would be more confined in terms of the thematic areas making it less wide ranging and more easily analyzed. But we could make an attempt, of course, to sort through it and discern themes. The question then gets back to what are we going to do with the information? People are saying no or yes, and then they're going to move on from there to express a preference for one of these designs. And here we're asking them to explain why they're saying no. The one thing we want to avoid, and this is why I would actually prefer a more open-ended construct in this case, we don't want people to feel as though they have to rationalize their answer. Like, explain your answer. You said no. Now, please tell me why you said no, because I kind of want to press you on why you said no. You know, we don't want to convey that to people in the survey.
Or the yes, either way.
Yeah, either way, we don't want people to have to feel as though they have to rationalize or explain. And the more of this we have in the survey, if we had it as a mandatory question, the longer it's going to be.
Commissioners, I need to step away. So if someone else, I emailed you the document, if one of you guys want to take it and share and make the edits as I step away.
So I'm sorry, who is going to, Lisa, are you in a position to chair? Are you still in the car or are you home?
Yeah, I'm still in the car, but yeah. I asked her to make, if we could have at least one, I'm host, but if we could have at least one other person co-host or something. Well, maybe I can do it now. Let me see my controls.
If Lisa can't hear, I'm sorry, if she can't see who has their hands up, how is she going to chair the meeting?
That's why I'm asking.
I just put it on a video, so you can't see me, but I can see people.
Lisa, there's one other
I just
thing.
switched my screen.
Just to come back quickly to the open-ended, and if you have kind of random comments, SurveyMonkey does have sentiment analysis. So it can be helpful in terms of sorting through unstructured feedback. Not that we want to have a lot of that, mind you, but it does have that functionality.
Okay. So let me go. I see some folks in the audience that have their hand up. Let me go to Andrea and then Michelle. I don't know which order you guys were in.
Okay, sorry. So I oppose asking why people have answered yes or no, because I don't see the point in retreading the ground covered by, that's a mixed metaphor, why we should recover the ground that was already covered in the 2023 survey when people were asked. Because I don't know that we're looking, they were already asked this question. Why do they have to answer this question again? I think it will seem, I mean, okay, that's neither here. I don't think that the
No, say that, Andrea. No,
Yeah.
I'm really interested in what you were getting ready to say.
Oh.
You said you think it will seem. What do you think it'll appear? I think that's an important point.
I don't want it to seem as if people are being asked to rationalize, to put forward for judgment, to in any way, you know, I don't want them to have to feel shame about their position, which is, I feel like, well, when you ask why, when only the people who say they don't want housing there are asked why, there does seem to be a bias against that position. I also think it's repetitive. We've already asked for comments. The city, I am sure, did not read them. The ANC may have read them and it may have informed ANC commissioners' thinking, but I don't know that anything was actually done with it. I didn't think that's what this survey was about, really. You know, do you or do you not want housing there? Then I'm going to just switch. I haven't seen the survey, so I don't know if it's structured this way, but I noticed in what little section I saw, it said, if you answer no, go to this part of the survey. If you answered yes on housing, go to this other part. I was concerned that if people said they didn't want housing there, they would then be shuttled into a place where they couldn't express their opinions about the proposals. Is that how this is structured?
No, it's not.
No,
Okay.
You can continue.
no.
The only difference is in the draft that I did is that if you say no, then to housing at all, you're allowed to continue, no problem. But the data would be analyzed in the context of a no response to that question, just so that you're able to sort out, right?
Right.
Said no as opposed to yes. But no, that people can continue on and take the survey.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. I guess
All
that
right.
sums it up. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. That was really helpful. Let me go to Michelle Wolin, then Liz, then Peter.
Yeah, I raised my hand because I'm never sure if people who are actively talking in the meeting, i.e. the commissioners, have time to look at the chat. But I pretty much put my view out in the chat. But I just want to emphasize that the last survey got a lot of comments. I was just looking at the other day because I was responding to Ron Eichner on the listserv, but it hasn't come out yet. People put in a lot. It's there in that 2023 survey, over 900 comments. And the reality is, I know you're curious about it, but it's really no one's business why someone wants to vote the way they do. I know you want to know, but they don't have to tell you. And this idea, I know, because Ron Eichner and Cal Simone pushed this in the 2023 survey. We want people, if they don't want housing, we want them to say why. And it was clear, if you don't go along with what we want, you need to justify it. You need to give an explanation. And that's just not right. But also, people can have 100 different reasons. It will be expressed in a comment if they wish to do so. And many of them did wish to do so, and I'm sure they will again. So I'd prefer just any comment at the end. If you want to do a comment box here, fine, but it should be optional. And, anyway.
Okay.
I just,
Liz. Oh, go on. No, that's very interesting. Well, I'll just add, Michelle, from my perspective, it's a further analysis of the information. It's not, I never thought, and I don't want the community to think on my behalf, this is a justification. I come from a career professional background where I analyze, or part of my job was to analyze millions of lines of investigative data and report that out to senior staff and congressional staff and interpret it. So for me, it's a strictly analytical process to understand. But that's why I was saying the concern for me on the unstructured data, what we call unstructured, not a yes, no checkbox that you can easily analyze. It's hard to do that analysis. So I just wanted to add that it's not from me a justification. And I don't think the ANC was thinking that way. I think, we were trying to get at and report back on, just some themes in the concerns. So Liz.
I'm sorry, can I just quickly respond to that? I
Sure.
understand that. I would say though, here, to make it analytical, people can have a million different reasons, how you aggregate it and then like do an analysis of it. I'm not sure. But secondly, I don't think DemPed or OP, whoever, is really going to care that much what the reasons are. And again, they hear these reasons in all the comments people have given, both to the survey as well as to the council and in hearings. There have been a lot of things submitted. So I think they kind of get the idea of where people are coming from,
Mhm.
And I think we want the survey to be pretty just factual and, something people can get through. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Liz.
I do agree that you want the survey to be something that people can get through. I think that DemPed may or may not listen to what the community says, but that doesn't mean that the community doesn't have the right and shouldn't have the ability to make its thoughts known as clearly and fully as possible. I mean, And I do want to take a moment to say about the density on the site. I know that people in this neighborhood are smart. Lots of them are very, very smart, smarter than lots of other people in the world. However, I mean, if you haven't run the numbers, I guess I would just tell you that the maximum number of people who could be living at the Lincoln Westmoreland is 676. If the apartments are all full and they're at their, at the capacity that is allowed by law, that would be 676 people using that site. And people have a right to know that, and they have a right to express whether that's okay with them, because that is not how this was sold to the community over the years, and to the extent that it's been sold at all. Because there are plenty of people in the community who still don't want housing on that site, Peter. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, let me go to Peter, then Cal.
First, I want to say, particularly to the community members, we are right up against it. If we're going to have a survey, this commission or a majority of this commission has got to come to some agreement. And so I beg you, try to listen and not, I know that will cause it, but we need to get through this. We really need to get through it tonight if we can. Although it's probably going to be a little. To Liz's comment, I agree that this community has a right to have its say. And I think that goes to the many comments in the chat that suggest, well, DemPed won't listen. Well, so what if they won't listen? I mean, we need to fashion, if we can, an ANC position on development at that site. And I think that asking people for their views, whether they square with DemPed's, the blinders that DemPed has on, the 8 proposals and nothing else, is wrong. And that's why all through my draft, I wanted to ask this fundamental question of yes and no. And to Andrea's comment, we did have a yes/no question in the 2023 survey, but we didn't drill down right then and there. And that's why, I mean, we have heard all sorts of testimony over all sorts of meetings for many years. And I think actually the rough and ready categorization that took from my draft and put in this edit of Bruce's is a pretty good rendition of the top 4 or 5 reasons. But again, to get to a survey, to get to a compromise where we can all agree we should put this out as an ANC, I'm willing to go with open comments. And I don't think people, again, an intelligent audience, I don't think people are going to say, oh, the thought police are after me. If we're asked why for no and how much for yes, because I think if we ask how much for yes, you would discover that there are a lot of people that might have less than
Cal,
Okay.
do you want to offer a quick comment?
Me?
And then we can come back to Bruce, Peter's offer.
Yeah, so a couple things. One is, in the last survey, we did give people an opportunity to express this, but we didn't ask the why question. I think it's very instructive to know why people, and people don't have to fill out the box. You don't have to make it a required field to answer why. You could just say, if you'd like to offer why, it would be helpful or something like that. But I think knowing more than just no, I think is important. The second question I have is that this survey was promoted by the ANC as being about the proposals. And I'm wondering why this question is here and not later on. As Corinthia had said in one of the meetings, people could just check no, none of the proposals work, or you could have a a rating box in front of, at the beginning of each. I don't know what the rest of the survey looks like, because I haven't seen it yet. When we actually get down to the individual proposals, but you could just have a way where they knock out the proposal by saying, you know, uncheck the box saying this is not, or check the box that says, no, this is not acceptable. And they're free to do that on all the proposals. So I feel like this is somewhat astray from where, what I thought the theme of the survey was supposed to be.
So Bruce, what are you
I think we're in
thinking? Are
agreement.
you okay with Peter's change?
Well, yeah, I just think we're in agreement that we're going to have a comments box. Is that, am I hearing
Yeah.
correctly?
Yeah,
Both sides.
I think that's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
Well, that is to
For
say,
both?
if you wish to say why either way, that you're free to do so.
So, so could I just ask about the comment box on the yeses? Can we invite them to say how much? If you're willing, would you say how much housing? How many units?
Well, see, there's a question later on the survey about the number of units, right? We already had that as a question.
You look at Lisa's edit. That's question.
Well, I know, but we're going to get to that eventually, right? Yeah.
But my hope is that at the top, and as I say, I'm prepared in the interest of reaching a compromise to go with the rest of this. But I think that we ought to treat yeses and nos at this point. Say no, you're willing to make a comment, tell us why. If they say yes, if you're willing to give us a sense of orders of magnitude, tell us how much is the place to put it. And to Cal's point, I do not want a survey that we are basically letting DemPed define the terrain if we do a survey just about their 8 proposals. I got a problem with their 8 proposals, right? I mean, you know, and I want to have a say about what I think should be there. Now, I don't have some of the problems that some of the people have about it. They don't want any housing. I'm fine with some, but I'm not fine with what they proposed. So I think it would be a mistake to go to survey that didn't give the opportunity. And those people are not just the no. There are some yeses too. And if you don't give people yeses a chance to give something, you're driving them to the no.
Well, we can include a comments box for yes and a comments box for no. Okay.
Are you good with that, Peter?
I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Okay. Other commissioners okay with that? Okay. All right. And I will draw the housing crisis, so we don't need to really go over that and belabor that point. I'll withdraw that. Carol, you're trying to speak, but you're muted.
Are we going to see the screen again with the survey? Because
I can't. I'm sitting in my car. I mean, if somebody else can pull it up, I just can't do it.
Yeah, I can do it if you let me share screen, whoever's controlling this.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if I can. Oh, goodness. Peter.
No, I'm not a co-host.
Are you a co-host?
No, Corinthia is a co-host. I don't know.
Sharing is not turned on, it says. The host is not
Shows
allowed.
up here, but I don't know if she's hearing us.
Who's here? Is Corinthia still on?
Well, it says that there's a box with her name on it, so it looks like she's still on, but I think she stepped away. Maybe we can text her and ask her to share, to let someone else do the sharing.
Yeah, she just has to turn it on.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well, absent that,
so we could just read the question.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. So the next one was about, I had 2 additional ones about the
town square?
Yeah. How do folks feel about that? I mean, do we have a town square? If so, where is it? And how valuable is that,
I find that very leading personally.
Carol? You're on mute, Carol.
I don't believe that there's any question that the Civic Core Commons is already the focal point of our commercial strip and the main gathering place for our community. People already visit there and gather there in great numbers. A development is not going to create a focal point and gathering spot that already exists. So I think this question is extraneous and should be eliminated.
Okay. Anyone else on this? I'm not tied to it.
I already said that I think it's really leading, right? I mean, it's, the city has let the property go in a very big way, but that doesn't mean it's not already the town square.
Right.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I'll take those two off the table. Okay, we can move on. So the next one, well, I am just assuming, let me say this, because, and I'm sorry I'm not in a position where I'm at my computer, which is very, very rare. But I'm assuming that, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, that there were no other edits to Bruce's draft. So I'm assuming the questions that I'm going to skip where there haven't been any edits offered, everyone is okay with his draft. Is that a good assumption? Liz, you on mute. You're muted, Liz.
I know, and yet I'm talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just asking if you could just repeat that because I didn't catch the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So I'm just hitting the questions where I had offered edits, and I'm assuming, because I didn't see any other edits come in. I know Commissioner Gosselin had some suggestions that he talked to Bruce about. So, like, say right now, I'm just going to go to question 9 where I had like two small edits. So I just want to make sure that everyone was okay with his draft because I didn't see anything else come in. So I'm assuming everyone is okay with what he submitted other than the edits that I offered. Carol?
Yeah, I agree with your, I support your edit, Lisa, on number 9, where you say either A or B
Okay.
is acceptable to me. I support that.
Okay.
Just to be clear, they're not labeled A or B, right? So we'd have
Oh,
to, yeah, it'd have to
oh.
word it differently.
That's true.
Or it could be either is acceptable to me or whatever the word
Yeah,
is.
Oh, yeah. We could do that.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Good
Okay,
point.
great. I thought that was, just kind of to shorten it a little bit.
Mm.
Any other comments on that one? 9? Are we all good on that? Seems like it. Okay. Ooh, so this one might have some talk and controversy on the design element. So I'll just say kind of what I was thinking here. And I looked at Laura's, I really spent time on Laura's, Bruce's, and Peter's. And I felt like all of them had questions that kind of I felt in my thinking would be answered with a selection. And my thinking was in order to kind of shorten the survey, and I know this is a trade-off, just to let them make the selection. So that's kind of what I was thinking in accepting this one is to not put 10 and 11 in there. And I think 11, I don't have my notes. I added that would be, I think, in another space. And then rewording the substitution on the ground level space and the rooftop spaces. And then the replacement question number 12 also was a rewording to kind of talk about the trade-off instead of just a yes or no. So what do you guys think about that? Bruce?
So well, part of me is that, again, because I've already field tested this, I've got a dozen people who've given me feedback on each of these questions. So my head's a little full with comments people have already made and the utility of these and the value people saw in them, and what have you. So your idea, just to repeat, is to try to shorten the survey by eliminating these design element questions altogether because you've crossed through all of them.
Well, no,
But you've got
I
some
reworded.
replacement, yeah.
Some of it is reworded. Not all of them are crossed through. Like on the rooftop, grounds, green space, and recreational facilities. I say they can be provided at ground level and/or rooftop spaces. Please select which option best represents your views. Ground level space only, rooftop level space only, either or both are acceptable. So that's just a rewording of, well, yeah, it's a rewording of your 11. It's not crossed. Well, I crossed it out, but below I said it's a replacement question.
Uh-huh. And okay, because you think it's clearer, the question that you're.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I'm just reading here and thinking.
Okay, while you doing that, Carol has her hand up and Liz.
Yeah, with regard to question 10, how do you wish the library, community center, and housing to be physically structured? I think that's an important question. I think that people should be able to choose whether they want the housing, the private separated from the public, or it all combined. I think that's an important question for people.
Okay. Yeah, and again, my thinking why, I added this was I agree it's important, but I also kind of think that we'll get that through their choice because we have designs that have them together co-located. We have a design where they're not co-located. I don't know if we're just being redundant in some of this by asking separate questions and then asking them to select a design at the same time.
So it is in some respects redundant, and it's redundant here by design.
Yeah.
In that you have an additional data point that you can provide to the city with regard to people's preferences that's not merely captured in the preference they have. There may be people, for example, who have a preference for a different design, and yet they would like to have the buildings be separate. It's a little hard to understand that they're expressing everything in terms of their preference by identifying what their first, second, third choices are. So this is aimed at trying to get at some supplemental information that complements what you get in asking people for their preferences.
Okay.
And again, I'm not saying because I've already field tested it and taken people's comments, people didn't feel that these questions were redundant. They felt that there was a value in having them. I mean, I'm happy to share with you the comments from the evaluation of people who took the question, already taken this survey and given their feedback on it. Just to have you take a look at it and see their comments because I found them to be very helpful.
Okay.
Listen, I'm sorry to break in here, but Corinthia said
Wait a minute, Cal.
he made you
Hang
full
on, hang on.
host, which means that you can get somebody, make some.
Cal, me and Corinthia are in communication. Hang on. I got to keep you in order too. Let me go to Liz.
But this is a technical issue about the call.
You're taking care
I
of.
know it is. And me and Corinthia are communicating via text.
Okay.
Thanks, Cal. Liz, then Peter.
I agree that we should have as much information as we can. I don't think it's redundant. I think it helps refine what people are thinking in a way that, you know, pick one, pick one, two, or three in order of preference. And to that point, I can't find this question, and I wish we were sharing the screen because I can't find this question, but if it's the one that I'm thinking of, where you ask, and Bruce, I apologize if this messes up everything, but why can't we let people rank them 1 through 8? Why does it have to be 1 through 3? Why can't they say, why can't they say that? Because there might be information that you can glean from that, which is why we would want to let them give us as much information so we can refine it.
Yeah,
I'm not,
that
I'm not,
one is kind of near the end, but yeah, I'm trying to work on making Corinthia a host again so she can bring it back up on screen. So bear with us on that. But that one is kind of, I think, near the end list.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've gone through my papers 5 times. I printed out the draft and I can't find it. So my apologies for that, but I'm a little in the dark about that. So,
if,
I think
again, if
it was on
Corinthia can
page-
enable sharing, I can share.
Corinthia can't enable sharing. We're
She-
working on that. I
Yeah,
passed the
she,
host.
yeah.
Okay.
Let me go back to Liz. So Liz, it starts on page 11.
okay, thank you. That's
And
helpful.
I am trying to work off the phone to assign somebody else host, and I just can't work these phone controls. So just bear with me on that. We're trying to get the document back up.
Let me speak. Well, I mean,
Peter?
I have to say, I have been, I have a problem with the whole issue of asking people to rank, but I'm going to go with the Bruce draft.
What's your problem with that?
Let's take, for example, let me just finish, Liz. The big issue, so I do think that leaving these design element questions in is good. If we leave it to just the ranking, take, for example, if you decide that it's very important to you that the public institutions be in a separate building, you know which of those 8 proposals have them in separate buildings. So you may know, but for a respondent to figure that out,
There's a misunderstanding about what I was saying, Peter. Sorry. I wasn't saying do the ranking instead of anything else. I was saying do the ranking in addition to everything else.
I agree with you, and I agree with you. I think that to the extent that we can give people guidance which one they might like when they get to the ranking by asking some questions in advance, it's a good thing. It helps people because if you look at the amount of work we've done just for us to understand what the trade-offs are between them, it's mind-boggling to try to figure out how to. So I would keep the design element.
Those were, Peter, that was actually the idea of having these in here, as they're kind of warming people up to the exercise of making a choice.
Got it. Yep.
Hi, I just want to add, I don't know if it's advantageous for us to have the rankings as we noticed from the meeting earlier this week. I think we'll be setting the community up for a failure because the community could rank these proposals, but when the technical evaluation team are looking at these proposals, they're going to be looking at the best in class. So we may like proposal 7, but based upon the technical evaluation team, like proposal 7 may not even be able to provide the quality that, say, DC Public Library was talking about in what they're looking for. I think we should focus more on elements such as we like one proposal had the housing not there, or we like one proposal because the housing was at a certain place. Also, I think there are elements of the proposals that they're not sharing with the public. So I think, again, ranking the proposals, given we don't have the full picture of what the developer have, such as financing, that's an element that we may not know. So we may be letting the community rank a proposal, and they may not even come close to being selected based upon technical evaluations that the community is not aware of.
Could I comment? But Corinthia, I mean, we're being asked to give an opinion, and then because we might be countermanded by other information we have. I mean, on that basis, we should just give up on this whole thing of a survey. I mean,
I'm okay with that. But what I'm saying is, if we should be more focused on, we like proposal 8 because it allowed, like my constituents in Northampton say they want to still be able to have access from how it currently is, where they can just walk up Northampton and get on the site. That doesn't, any developer can do that, right? We don't have to just say we can say that's what we like, instead of saying we want number 8 because they have that.
Can I make a suggestion? Since you're back to chairing the meeting, well, I think you are. I mean, I think the discussion about the design element questions, and given what you've said, I think you want to keep, right? Lisa has edited them out, but I mean, I think the implication of what—
No, I didn't edit them out. I edited the wording.
Oh, I thought they were crossed out.
Well,
Can we share the survey screen now that Corinthia is back? Corinthia, are you able to share that, please?
No, I'm not able,
she
but I
can't
emailed it to everyone if you want to pull it up in your email.
Yeah, so let me just say this. I'll take those off the table. I didn't edit them completely out. I edit the language. If you guys want to leave in the originals, I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna haggle on that. Let me go to, I might be out of order, but let me go to Laura, then Carol, then Liz. You guys have your hand raised. Peter, your hand is raised too. I don't know if you had an additional question or, okay.
Okay. Yeah, no,
Laura?
thanks.
Oh,
I think to Corinthia's point, I think if we can focus on the aspects of the proposals that we like, I think that will be helpful because, we may be kind of a la carte, and we may like aspect A of project 1 and aspect 2 of project B or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think also it's really hard to rank them 1, 2, 3 because there's so many factors to consider. But if we, and I went back and I edited my survey at the end, and I don't know if anybody ever saw it, but you were able in SurveyMonkey to insert an image. So I used images, I put in like one image of each proposal, and then just, do you have any comments about it? Which would be kind of devilish to aggregate, but on the other hand, people could type in things that maybe we wouldn't have a million questions to ask, but if they had something in particular that they wanted to say, they could.
Okay. Carol?
Yes, I have a technical question, please. I hit close self view so I could just pop something into my mouth to eat, and I can't get back on. Can someone tell me how to do that, please?
We can see you.
You can see me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, so
Yep.
I was okay. So how do I get my picture back up? I can't see myself. All right, never mind.
It's your, I think, Carol, if you go up, let's see, and maybe the upper left, it's your view. So we can see you as part of the group, but you are seeing just yourself. I think it's the view that you selected. Maybe select gallery view, I think is what it's called.
Okay, I'll try. I'll look. Don't worry. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Liz?
Thank you. I was just going to say that to agree, just because DEMPED doesn't like what we tell them, doesn't mean we shouldn't tell them, to Peter's point again. I mean, otherwise, why are we doing the survey? What if, I mean, what's the point of doing a survey if we don't get to express our views? And then they do with it what they're going to do with it. But we need to have the opportunity to say, as a community, what we think. That's it.
Yep. Okay. Yep, I agree with that. Okay. So are we? Oh, go on, Corinthia.
I was just gonna say my thought isn't telling DMPED what we want. I just don't want to set the community up for thinking that everyone voted for hypothetically proposal 9 and DMPED selects proposal 2. Then everyone's gonna say, we wanted 9, we wanted 9. But if we tell them the elements that we want, we can create our own space. So we just trying to not set us up for failure.
Respond to that, please.
Yeah.
It seems to me that if you tell them that you want a design element that has the community center and the library as separate buildings, they can also ignore that. So they can ignore or take into account whatever they want because it's DMPED. And I think the community understands that this isn't a vote. This is trying to express our sentiments as well and as fully as we can to DMPED, and then DMPED will do what, sadly what DMPED will do, right?
And I'll just piggyback on that. I'm sorry, Bruce. Just 1 second. I think we should definitely do both if we can. If you guys like the wording on the original 10 and 11, I'm okay with leaving that in. Same thing with 12. I do like my 12 better, but we can leave all that in. But I think it's important to, if you think that better expresses the design elements in these questions, I'm fine with that. But I like having them both. Bruce?
I was just going to say, are we ready to go on to housing issues?
Yeah, I guess so. I think I'm hearing from everyone that they like the original wording, so I'm okay with that. Let's go to housing.
I'm sorry. Oh, can I before we go on to housing, I'm sorry, I was distracted earlier. I just want to request that I know Bruce copied and pasted a lot of the questions from the previous survey, but I still want to make sure the survey includes who are apartment dwellers or not, because I think this one ignores if people are in apartments or not. There are people who rent in homes, so we can't assume that because someone is a renter that they live in an apartment. So I just want to make sure that we keep that question that was in the first survey.
Okay, we can put that in.
Okay, good. Let me go to Carol and then Peter.
Yeah. Okay. So in the chat here regarding question 12, Andrea Rosen suggested adding something saying, I would reduce the footprint of the apartment building in order to preserve open space and surface parking. That was a recommendation from Andrea.
Say that again.
Okay, it's in the chat from Andrea Rosen. She says for question 12, which refers to on-site parking or underground, Andrea is asking as adding saying we can add an option that says, I would reduce the footprint of the apartment building in order to preserve open space and service parking, as having that be an option.
Or it could just say the buildings. It doesn't have to say the apartment building because it occurs to me it could be the community. Well, that's probably problematic. I'm just saying that the only options that are given in the survey at present are, sacrifice open space for surface parking or sacrifice surface parking for open space. And those aren't the only elements.
But Andrea, we were going to go past this and just keep the original questions, but if we
That's why I was confused.
You want to go back to it, we can relitigate.
Well, that was a comment in the chat about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
When you were discussing it.
Okay, all right, okay.
But I mean, I actually thought that some of Lisa's changes were better. But I know I'm not really in this discussion. I'm just an observer. It's hard, it was hard to comment intelligently without being able to look at the printed material. But I do think, though, that you're not offering, especially in that question 12, you're not taking into account all of the elements that are putting pressure on the open space and the parking.
Right. Right.
He has a point.
Yeah. Mm.
Hey, Laura, go ahead, Laura.
I wonder if we could rephrase the question to say, would you be willing to trade any of these for more open space? And then just have like a check thing, like size of the library, footprint of the library, footprint of the community center, amount of open surface parking, footprint of the housing, and just make it, check anything that applies. And that's just in one question. And that gets all the opportunity cost.
I think I like the general idea. It's sort of salvaging Lisa's version of 12, but the trade-off is between all those things and parking, right? And surface parking, right?
Mhm.
Laura, that's to you.
Yeah. Right? Because if
Bruce,
you're
are
asking
you
about
open to
trade-offs
that?
for surface parking,
Mhm.
yeah, look at the other,
Yeah.
what are the things that compete with surface parking? It's either library, housing, community center, or, if the housing or if it's one of those on top of each other. And, yeah, surface parking, open space. There's really nothing else, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think it all is because the lot occupancy was allowed to be 60%. And I know from our RFP that people do value surface parking. A lot of people are creeped out by underground parking, myself included. And then during the proposals, when they were presented, there were some obvious conflicts, relatively few parking spaces allocated to residents, and then maybe a few spaces for the public uses, but some of them combined them, some of them separated them. I mean, it was clearly not an elegant, nobody had an elegant solution to it. So if the building, well, anyway, it's the 60% lot occupancy that's doing it, really.
May I comment on that?
Yep, Liz.
Thank you. It's not just the occupancy, although I think you're right, Andrea, that's a big part of it. But no matter how you like slice and dice this, I mean, if I'm going to go back to my point about the density of people on the site, and then we could talk about, if you have 676 people living on that site, who gets to use the facilities? That's another problem that we haven't really addressed. But the RFP is part of the problem is the RFP, because the RFP calls for what it calls for.
Yeah.
Very few parking spaces, period. And when you compare the number of parking spaces with the number of people who are going to be living there or could be living there, I suppose, and the lack of public transportation close by, and the RFP is a problem, the way they've structured it. And I don't know, people are going to have hard choices to make about this if they decide to do that.
Peter?
I suggest we move forward, and one way to move forward would be simply leave Lucy 12. Another way would be take your 12, but recast it the way Laura suggested.
Yeah.
One way or the other, I think
Yeah.
forward. I mean, generally talking about, again, relitigating, the RFP is not going to get us anywhere. So what are people's preference? I'd go with Laura's version of Lisa's 12, but
Yes,
Okay,
I would ask the question, and Bruce, you're going to jump in. So my question is to you, actually, which one works best with the framework that you have already in place and tested?
well, I mean, we're kind of in some respects past that. I mean, I could go back to what people said about this question. Nobody had any problem with this question. They kind of understood it was to try to get at underground or surface parking. You know, it wasn't trying to look at trade-offs and all that. That's a completely different proposition. We can do that, but it's just a different thing. That's all. I tell you what, Laura, if you want to send me what you were articulating just now, and we can then look at that as opposed to trying to do it right now, you can send it to me.
Yeah,
Work on it.
I
Is-
agree with that. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that one we need to think on.
Okay.
Okay.
As an email, or you want me to try to type it in the chat?
No, just send me an email.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
know.
want me to CC everybody or no?
Yeah, sure. CC everybody. That's fine. Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right.
So on
Okay. So
housing,
on housing issues, on number 14, um, I just put do you prefer the housing serve all ages or only seniors? And I added serve families or restricted to seniors, and then changed all ages to families. No preference. We could leave that as is. Um, but the biggest change, and the one I guess maybe I'm probably more tied to, wait a minute.
50.
Yeah, 15 and 16, and 18. Tried to do a little bit, well, the suggestion is a little bit more clear, I think, I definitely think where I've added according to the DC requirements, that's a lot more clearer than what we currently have. Um, and then asking based on those requirements that are district requirements, what they're amenable to. I didn't change 17. I think that's fine. Uh, I don't know. 16, maybe, Peter, that maybe gets at a little bit what you were trying to ask too about the number of units. And again, I do kind of prefer to let that be answered through the selection process. And then on 18, I think that language is going to produce some bias. So I left in 30, 50, 80%, just kind of changed the language to households earning up to, um, which is, consistent across all earning levels. My concern there is, if someone looks at very low income versus workforce, they're going to say workforce, um, just because of the language. So I think that language there does matter. Okay, I'm just going to go in order of the screen. A lot of hands up on these. Corinthia, Carol, then Peter.
I just wanted to go back to the question that talk about the type of housing. Um, when we talk about families, it will more than likely be 2+ bedrooms, but I think we should also have it multi-generational and see if people would be interested in multi-generational. So I'm more of families, seniors, and both, maybe a both. Um, Similar to how I think that's good for people because, depending on space and how it's configured, they could be able to do um, studios or 1 bedrooms. And it could also be recent college grads who fall within those parameters for income and they would need a 1 bedroom or a studio.
Okay.
Or somebody might be downsizing from their home in our neighborhood and want to stay in our neighborhood and they could be 56. Is that considered a senior? Maybe, maybe not. So, or yeah.
Carol?
Yeah, did we do anything with question 13? Because you removed that. Did we retain it? It has to
Yeah,
retail? Okay, I'm way back. I'm
yeah.
behind. Okay, so I don't care terribly much about most of these except uh, on I think some of these questions should have an additional choice, which is I do not support housing on the site. And I'm a little confused because I can't see Bruce's original survey, so I don't know how it was organized. I mean, it's not in my head. But if you're going to be asking, uh, if you're going to be asking, do you prefer the housing serve families or all ages? If you're going to be asking how much of the housing do you feel should be officially designated as affordable? For each one of those, you're going to have to ask, you're going to have an option for, I do not support housing on the site unless the survey is, organized in a different way. And I can't see Bruce's survey in front of me right now, so I can't remember. And then on question 18, regarding, I don't believe it's prejudicial to label a housing affordability according to HUD standards. So according to official HUD documents, up to 30% MFI is called, quote, extremely low income. That's what HUD calls it. Up to 50% is called, quote, very low income, and up to 80% is called low income or workforce housing, according to HUD. So I don't know why we would try to obscure the fact that extremely low to very low income people will be moving into this housing development. I'm sure. I think it's, we have nothing to hide here. So that's my 2 cents on all that.
So I'm definitely familiar with the HUD standards. I've worked with the IG's office of HUD for over 20 some plus years. And you don't hear in layman's terms HUD officials, IG officials describing it that way amongst the community. That is what's in the regs. That's the regs
Right.
that we're citing here. But I also can tell you from working in the IG community under the Department of Housing and Urban Development for all those years, there's a tremendous amount of discrimination based on that. And we have that here in the district. You can't discriminate based on income. And sometimes those words and how it's described can produce an unintended bias. So I just think it's cleaner to describe it all kind of consistently as households earning up to. I just think it's a cleaner language that's going to produce less bias in our survey. I think Liz has her hand up, and Peter.
I'm next, all right.
Oh, Peter, did you go first? Okay, go, Peter. So,
Bear with me, Liz. Let's see, to Carol's point, with regard to the option of no housing, I thought we'd agreed that we were going to have Bruce's formulation at the top. If you answer no, then all of the answers that you give after that are going to be taken into account under that category. So it's a sort of if then, I'm against it, but if there's going to be housing, then blah, 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 blah. So I think that handles that. Andrea Rosen in the chat points out that on 14, we sort of don't have an option for individuals. That sort of it's as if we want people married or aged out. So we might want to. I'm going to go back to my issue about on 16. I know, Lisa, you believe that the choice between the various 8 proposals will signal what people think in the terms of the number of units that are appropriate. But I think there are a lot of people, myself included, who come in under 113 units, which is the fewest number of units that any of the 8 proposals have. So that if you just depend on the 8 proposals, you will not have any answers or options for 50 to 99, less than 50. And finally, on I mean, I'm not going to fall on my sword on this, but on the issue of describing the income, we did it in 2023. I think there's an argument that if we want to do, comparing, to leave it as we did it in 2023.
Can I go now? Yeah, okay. On the question of 16, how many housing units would you support? I cannot stress strongly enough that the number of housing units bears no relation to, well, it doesn't bear no relation, there's very little relation to how many people could actually be living on the site, because that depends on the distribution of the types of housing units, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, studios. They all allow different numbers of people to live there. So it is highly misleading to ask people whether they would support 200 housing units, because if those 200 housing units are all 3 bedrooms, then you need to multiply it by 6 people. And you're talking 1,800 people could be living on that site. I know that's not likely, but that's actually, I'm not done, Peter, just 1 second, okay? Are you holding your hand up? No?
Yeah, he didn't say
Okay.
anything, Liz. Go
Okay.
on.
All right, so I really object to that question, because I think the question should be, how many people do you think should be living on this 1.6 acre site that also has a library and a community center and all that? It's not about the housing units, it's about the density of people. And that is not solely a function of how many housing units, because the tendency is to think one house with 113 units, 113 people, and that is not the case. And I would like to make that clear. I really, really feel strongly about that. And I have the same problem with 17. It's not about it. You have to explain to people why these questions matter and what they really mean. So that's what I want to say.
Peter?
Thank you.
So could I, Liz, would you accept 16 and I guess 17 too, with the language or the question that says member, units, does, take into account as you're looking at these proposals that multi-bedroom units mean more people. I mean, something that, in other words, we can always change the metric. I mean, I think that the easiest thing to do is stick with units, but just sort of send up a flag to let our intelligent audience know that they ought to think about numbers.
Intelligent. They're intelligent, but they're not experts in, I mean, I had to go looking for this. I had a moment where I said, okay, so how many people does that really mean on the site? And to my great surprise, right, the smallest number of affordable units, the smallest number of units, affordable or not, right, yielded 484 people on the site. That's actually more than more units, than proposals that had more units, because it really depends on whether they're 1 bedroom studios, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. It changes the equation completely. Do you want to put into the survey, this is the number of people who can live in a 1 bedroom, a studio, a 2 bedroom, a 3 bedroom? I'm okay with that. If you want to tell people that, and are extremely smart people can do the math. They can say, okay, to the extent that the city has told us the breakdown, and I've actually I sent an email to Daniel Lyons asking him for the breakdown of Rift and Urban Atlantic, and I haven't heard back from him, because I'd like to know how many are studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, blah, blah. It's a little surprising, but East Bank at 139 units only comes out to 302 people. It is not intuitive at all. So I feel strongly that we need to solve that problem. Because where are these people, the people who end up living here where are they gonna, how are they gonna get places? Where are they going to eat? Where are they gonna play? Where are they gonna park? All of that. You're talking about a lot of people. This is, bigger than 5333. Ostensibly.
How many units are in 5333?
200,
200, I think.
I think it's 270, isn't it? I wrote this up. Let me see if I can find
Okay,
it.
then I'm gonna have to stand corrected, but it's a lot. I
But
mean, the largest number of people that I could calculate, because that was the one I had the breakdown for, was Lincoln Westmoreland at 183 affordable units. I keep saying that, but I don't really care what kind of units there are. They're just units, right? That's 676 people if it's fully complemented.
Liz, can I just interject though and say that the identification of units, kinds of unit, is a bit of a proxy for numbers of people, and it's the only feedback we can give to DEMPED because we can't specify the number of people that we'd want to have living on the site. And in terms of the community taking the survey, any calculation of number of people, given the unit, so it's going to be very, very complex to convey it. It's not perfect, and I certainly take your point, but outside of asking people about the kinds of units, I don't know how we have a simple question that we can ask.
Well, yeah, if in this question, the maximum number of housing units, if they're all studio units for 200 units, you're talking about 200 people. If you're talking about 3-bedroom units, we're talking about 6 times whatever, 2. We're talking about 1,800. There's a big delta.
So you cross-tabulate then. You've got the number of units and you have the type of units. So people can.
I don't have them for every proposal. That's what I was asking Daniel Lyons for, and I haven't gotten an answer.
Right, but we're not even going to ask people about that by proposal, right? So that's.
I want to know, but yes.
I know, it's important to know. But in terms of the survey questions, if we ask people, as we currently are proposing to do, their preference as the type of unit, studio, 1-bedroom, and so forth, and then the number of units, you correlate those and come up with a sense of what the community wants in terms of density.
The community understands that 6 people can live in a 3-bedroom apartment, and that 1 person lives in a studio and 2 people can live in a 2. You might think that 1 person lives in a 1-bedroom. Lots of people do.
The thing is that, again, generally it's proximate. It's not exact, but it is a bit of a proxy for the number of people you would end up with if you're saying, I want all 3 bedrooms. You're going to get more people with all 3 bedrooms than with all studios, right?
I understand what you're saying, but I think my point is it's not really a good proxy because it doesn't take into account. People don't understand. 3 bedrooms, 1 person per bedroom. That's 3 people. That's half the number of people who might actually live there and who probably will live there. Is there no way to reconcile this? I know you're not happy with this, but
it's okay, whatever.
No, I mean, is there no way for us to figure this out?
I'll let other people weigh in.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Carol
Laura.
has her hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to say I agree entirely with Liz. I found it shocking. I didn't know, I had no idea. I'm pretty well versed on this whole thing. I had not a clue how many people could live in various size apartments. I think most people would find it incredibly surprising and if not shocking. And I think we have a responsibility to ask about that. I really do.
Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, I had put something in the chat, basically similar to the units question. If we do the math, right, like what Liz does, and we do that for each one, that we know, knowing that we don't know too, but if you just have the bands, what's the maximum number of people, not housing units, that you would support? We know one of them is more than 600, then we have like a 5 to 599, a 4, 499, 3, 399, 2, 299, 1, 199, under 100 people.
Yeah, I didn't see that before, Laura. Thank you for pointing it
But
out.
it's in the, yeah, it's in the
Yeah, I
chat.
see it now. I do see it.
Yeah, and
Thank
it's
you for
not
pointing it
perfect.
out.
I'd have to change it, but that might be a way to,
I think that's a lot better than units.
and then
truly.
I mean, you could have both.
You
It's
could,
not
you could, but
necessarily
it
wrong.
doesn't make sense to have units because it doesn't mean anything.
Well, and the other thing is, I mean, I've taught in some of my students' apartments when I've gone on site visits. There were 8 people in a 1-bedroom. I mean, it could be. I don't know if they will have regulations on how many people can live, but sometimes people, when things get tight, people get creative. So
I'm only a little nervous about this because I think it's a bit of a can of worms to start talking about the number of people. I just don't know how that works. I mean, what if it came back and I don't know. I don't know how. I don't exactly know how to put the question. I see, Laura, what you've put in.
Well,
I don't know on what, and we're not going to compare that to proposals because the proposals don't talk about the number of people.
I also
How
think
do we
I think
know what, I mean, is there does the city regulate,
There is a
how
regulation.
many?
That's how I found the numbers. It's regular. I mean, there is a DC regulation that says how many people can be on the lease. So it's not a perfect analogy, but can be on the lease for a studio, a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom.
yeah,
That's where I got these numbers from. I didn't invent them out of whole cloth, believe me.
but I also
Right.
think we're assuming that because someone has a 2-bedroom apartment, they're gonna have 2+ people in their apartment.
No, I'm not assuming that. I'm just saying this is it's a bell curve, right? They don't
Yeah,
necessarily have to have that many people, so you could
yeah, but
make
I
it
think
a
it's I
range.
think it's a point of kind of like a little bit of fear mongering, like because we're growing the numbers. If it's gonna be 100 units, then it's 100 units. But then we're gonna tell people, oh, it's gonna be 800 people on the site. So I think it's a little bit better to keep it at the units. And then too, let's not forget too that after a developer is selected, there's more community engagement. So if people proposed 130 units, once they go through the development once the city go without planning and everything, it may not be 130 units. So I don't think we should be looking at this as it's set in stone and it's ingrained that it's absolutely going to be 100, hypothetically 130 units. And then also, I just wanted to go back to a comment that people are going to eat at our businesses along the avenue. This is going to help our businesses thrive. Like we're going to have Birdsong, Little Beast, Parthenon. So hopefully people will patronize those restaurants.
To your other point, we can only survey people on the proposals that we have and what the possibilities of the proposals are. We can't read the mind of the developer who finally gets the award and it maybe changes the design, which is a problem in and of itself, that they're not held to what they propose.
Peter and Carol.
Look, I want to weigh in with Bruce. I think the obvious way to handle this, and in the spirit of compromise, I hope we do handle it, is adding a phrase that reminds people that units may include multiple people. And so take that into account when you do the. I think that I don't see what again, but I don't see why that doesn't signal people to think about this. They don't need to do high math to come up with this. They So I hope that we can move on from this one and get to the end when we're very close. So anyway, my hope is that people accept that as a compromise.
And just a quick comment, folks. Bruce, I'm driving again. Do you want to take over chairing? Because I'm not going to be able to look at people and drive.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
If
thank you.
that works, then we can include that language. I know, Liz, that doesn't address it bang on for you. The only other thing I would say is that there's a little bit of incongruity if we introduce the number of people and none of the proposals talks about the number of people. So people are going to be looking at the proposals and kind of like, oh, how do I figure the number of people are going to be in this, you know what I'm saying? So it's a little,
I know
it's
what
a
you're
data
saying.
point, it isn't consistent.
I do understand what you're saying, but I think we could explain that. We could say the proposals, I'm looking at a lot of comments in the chat that think that we shouldn't be talking about units because it's misleading. And I think it's obfuscating the point, not you, the city, not to discuss actually how many people. Because units are, how many people could theoretically be living on that site legally in accordance with the regulations?
Well, does it work for you to have an added comment into the question that Peter is suggesting?
Yes, but yes, in a way, but not just to say more than one person could be living in an apartment. That's not enough for me.
Okay, well,
personally.
here's the other thing to think about with these questions. We want to be very careful about introducing too much content in each question because every little bit of extra content can suggest to some people taking these surveys a bias.
Okay.
In other words, we're trying to say it's going to have a lot of people there. So, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of.
Why not just read, why not, I'm sorry, Bruce, excuse me, I should let you speak, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, why not just tell them what the regs are, you know? The housing, DC housing regulations state that one person can live in a studio, two people can live in one bedroom, blah, blah, blah. Why not just tell them that? If they choose to do the calculations, they choose to do the calculations. If they don't, they don't.
Carol?
Yeah, can I suggest that we just put the total number of people in a chart for each developer, and the 3 developers who did not provide a breakdown of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, we'll just say we don't know how many people because they didn't provide a breakdown. But that would be really helpful to people. So you have these descriptions of each of these developments. This could be another descriptor that we could just type in, based on the number of different size units, we could ultimately have X number of people in this development, and do the same and it's just one line. It's just one line of type for each under each descriptor. In the area where you describe each development, you just add one line just with that information. I think that would be extraordinarily helpful to people. Just for people to know. And the 3 developers who don't provide the information, well, we'll just say we don't know. I think that's fine.
I just want to go back to an earlier comment that, I'm a parent. I interact with the parents at the school, and I don't want this to become too burdensome because our time is already limited, and I feel that parents may not want to take this because they don't have the time. And if we keep making this longer and longer, I want to make sure we're inclusive. We are including everyone. And I think expanding this with multiple questions is gonna push out a population of people that is already not represented at our ANC meetings. And they've already talked about, why are we doing another survey? This is conversations I have at the school. So I want us to be cognizant of that we have a population of people who have limited time to take the survey.
Carol?
This is not adding a question. It's adding a line of information into the descriptors we already have for each thing. for each.
People have to read the
presentation.
information. That's what I'm saying. We should be cognizant of
I-
people's time. We want to make sure it's something that people can go through and take and not spend 20 minutes on it.
I don't think that's going to add any appreciable time to this.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Peter and then Andrea, and then we'll move on here. Go ahead, Peter.
Can I just suggest we bracket this and get to the end and then come back to this? Maybe Carol's idea works. If I understand Carol's idea, she's pushing this off to your preferences for the design concepts, right? So that when we lay out the 8 proposals, we add a sort of maximum possible number according to regs number instead of trying to stuff it into this question.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So
Yeah.
this is bracket, come back. I mean, but we're so close here that I would love to.
Talking.
Yeah, I got it. And
These
Andrea,
people
did you,
go-
and you had your
They
hand
talk
up.
on and on about how close they are to finishing.
Andrea, go ahead.
Can hear
Oh.
you.
Sorry, God, okay, never mind, because you've covered it. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, great. So I can't share the screen, right? So I'm just going to read you the questions and kind of try to get back to where we were. And Lisa, you're still on, right? You can hear.
Whoops.
Yeah, I have it muted so you guys don't hear the car directions. But yeah,
Okay, all
I'm
right.
a mute, but just
Okay.
give me a second to come on.
Okay. Let me come back to question 14 about housing serving families or restricted ages, because we didn't conclude that. And let me just recall that the original question framing of do you prefer the housing serving all ages or only seniors was meant to be both multi-generational, capturing that all ages, right? It's multi-generational, and also individuals. Everybody is subsumed under all ages, whether you're an individual, whether you're a family. And then the other part was just seniors. That's the nature of the question. Because I heard comments about we should have it reflect multi-generational. Well, if you say all ages, it is. And right, so you don't have to go into that. So, but if you break it out as families, then you've got to differentiate in the question response categories.
So you want to add back.
Okay. So we're good with the original framing of that? Okay, all right.
Age descriptions.
Okay, and then on question 15 about how much of the housing do you feel should be officially designated as affordable, Lisa had proposed adding a different question, substituting a question that notes that what DC requirements are, and then asking questions in response to that stated requirement. What are your thoughts on that?
I just really quick ask a question about the previous question. Are we taking out let the market decide?
Let the market decide about.
In question 14, no preference, let the market decide.
right.
We're taking that out, right? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So which one are you talking about, Bruce?
I'm talking about 15. How much of the housing do you feel should be officially designated as affordable? Lisa has substitute language that brings forward DC's requirements and asks people to respond then based on those requirements. It's a more complex question.
Carol, sorry.
So could Lisa explain the logic of this? You there, Lisa?
So Peter, she can come on. Maybe, can you all see the question or do I need to read it to anybody?
This is according to DC requirements.
Right. The minimum amount of affordable housing that must be provided in new projects is 30% of the project's units. And for that 30%, 1/4 of the units must be affordable for families at 30% of MFI, and the remaining 3/4 can be for families earning up to 50% of MFI. I take it that that is true. I mean, I understand. I mean, I only knew the 30%. I didn't know about the breakouts myself. And the other thing that I would just note is that we do have in various of the proposals affordability levels up to 80%, even 100%. So I don't know if this is going to be confusing for people in terms of thinking that it is, only 30% to 50% or what it is. Right.
Yeah.
Um,
No problem.
yeah. Yeah.
So can I ask it?
Yeah.
So the idea here, at least as I understand it, is of the 30% required, a quarter of that has to be 30 30% of MFI, and the remaining three quarters of that subset can be up to 50%. But all of these projects, save one, have all units affordable at some level. It's going to confuse people if we are talking about subsets of.
Yeah. I'm fearful about that. And we were just trying to basically, with this question, give people an opportunity to talk about how much of it they would like to be affordable, with the minimum already spelled out. It is 30. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
So are we okay with the original? Do we want to change it? What's our preference?
Carol has a comment.
Go ahead.
Original. I like the original. I think the rewrite is very complicated and hard to understand.
I have to agree.
And also Bruce's original is an objective view, in an ideal world, how much would you like to have of each one, right? So I think his original is better.
Okay, Liz, you have your hand up?
I mean, I've learned a lot about this area. I think I know a lot more than a lot of people about it, for whatever that is. But I don't understand the rewrite. I find it really, really confusing, and if that really worries me that I don't understand.
Can I interrupt? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I was going to call on you, Andy, but go ahead.
It's not actually accurate. It's not a
Come here,
30% requirement, because that only applies if the site is within a half mile from a metro station, or it is on a DDOT priority bus route.
Okay.
Connecticut Avenue is not a priority bus route, and it's 7/10 of a mile from the metro.
Andrea, I think that the RFP actually requires it. I think it's not correct to say DC
Okay.
requirements.
It's not a legal requirement.
Okay.
That's
I
all
think
I'm saying.
we're good on just maybe reverting back. Are we good?
Yeah.
As opposed to introducing more complex language. Okay. So that's number 15. Going over to number 16, we had the maximum number of units. Lisa had crossed that out.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
What was the consensus on 15?
just to revert back to the original language,
Hold on.
which is how much do you feel should be officially designated as affordable, 30, 50, 70, or 100, or no preference?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So then number 16 is the number of units. And Lisa had crossed it out altogether, but I thought previous conversation, we were thinking we should have the number of units. Are we okay with that? Or are you okay with that? Are we all right? Corinthi, you okay with the number of units?
I can't, I'm sorry, Bruce. What page are you on?
Number 16, number of housing units that you would support. The response categories are 200 plus, 150 to 199.
I'm not okay with that.
Are you okay with that? Okay.
I'm not okay
Sorry,
with
you're not okay with that.
Absolutely not okay with that, for all the reasons that I've been talking about for the last hour.
So if we introduce language in here that Peter had mentioned, sorry, I forgot that, to specify that X number of people can be in, we'd have to get the right language and not have it be a paragraph. Would that be okay?
Bruce, could you look and see what Laura put in the chat, please, about that?
I did. We talked about this a little bit ago. I'm just kind of coming back to it. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
I thought we were headed towards a solution that Carol suggested, which is we're going to put some general sentence in here. Then when we go over to the specifics about the proposal, we're going to put a line in for each one that has specified the number of units, so that we're addressing your concern, Liz, just we're not doing it other than people should keep in mind that, you know, multi-bedroom units can have the size of the unit.
That wasn't the recap, Peter. That's why I said, no, I'm not okay with it. But
That
yes, we did agree. Yes, I
Carol,
understand that. We did. I liked Carol's solution. I thought it was elegant. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. So we're good with that then with question 16 in that regard?
Yeah.
Okay. 17 is your preference.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't on board with that, but it sounds like the majority is. The only thing I would add is if we send this survey to the HSAs of Lafayette and Merch to take it and get their feedback on completing it.
Right.
Yeah, because I think it's good to have feedback from other people that have busy lives and not a lot of free time.
Okay. Carol, Peter, and Andrea, you still have your hand up. If you
No,
want to come in?
I was saying, when Cynthia was describing people without a lot of time, I was saying that would be me. That's all I had to say.
Okay. Okay.
The population of parents too.
Right.
Not
Right.
no, that's good.
Okay. So 17, moving on, preferences for the types of housing units. We've got studios, one bedrooms. That's not been crossed out. That's in. So we're still good with that. Everybody okay? Okay.
Same problem. No.
No,
I
all
have
right.
the same problem. I would like there to be language that clarifies that, you know, 2 people can live in a 1 bedroom and 6 people can live in a 3 bedroom. You cannot express a preference for what kinds of units you want if you don't understand how many people could be living in that unit. It's a distinction without a difference for them.
Okay, can you send the language about the actual numbers of people that can be in these?
I don't have it like right now, but yeah,
No,
sure.
not right now, but I mean, if you can send it, then when I do the edits to this, I'll incorporate the language and see how it reads.
I
Bruce,
just have a little
put the
bit
link
of
to that in the
just have a
chat.
little bit of issue with that because I feel like it brings about bias. Like I feel like it's a part of fear mongering to people. And
I think
I just feel like we talking about bias and how questions draws in bias. We know people who are opposed to housing, and then we're trying to push it more on them, saying it's going to be 1,800 people on the site. Again, it's a lot of us in apartments up and down Connecticut Avenue. People in my building have 2 bedrooms, and it's just one person living there. Just like people will have kids that probably won't send their kids to our schools.
why I'd like to respond to that, please, which is why it's an upper limit. It's not an absolute number, but it's a fact, okay? People have a right to know how many people could be living there. And it would be a bell curve, as I think I said before. We could tell them, this is not they would not necessarily have 676 people living on this site if you pick this proposal. But don't you think they have a right to know how many people might be living on the site?
No, I don't have a right to know how many people are going to live in your house.
I don't think it's comparable.
It
Okay.
is comparable. I could buy
My
a house
house
and
is in
have 30
public land. My
people,
house is in
Yeah.
public land that I'm giving up, Corinthia.
but
Let me
your
go,
house is your house.
let me go Corinthia and Liz to Peter and then to Carol. Peter, you're on.
I'm on. Oh, good. Well, how about this compromise? Let's lose the question. I mean, we came up with a solution for the last one that I thought was reasonable. And it seems to me that it's the solution for this one too, if we keep it, which is Carol's solution. But I mean, the alternative, if it is not satisfactory to you, Liz, just lose the question. I mean, we're gonna look at the issue of what kind of units when we look at the individual design proposal at the very end. The last place we've got to get to here is so. I mean, that's how about that idea?
The one thing about that, Peter, harking back to 2023, you'll recall that the number of units is a proxy for a preference of families. So when people say 2 and 3 bedrooms, they're meaning to say by that that they would like families to be living at the,
We already asked that question, Bruce, right? Didn't we?
well, we only asked about families, multi-generational. We didn't say families in that question, right? It's just the ages.
Right.
We
Ages or seniors. That question is really about differentiating between all ages and then seniors separately.
Right. That's right.
Not about trying to prioritize or suggest a preference for families per se. So that's why this question is here, and also letting people say if they want, whatever else they'd want to express about it. But we can again put language in, and we can put language as we were talking about before, where we describe the proposals about the maximum number of people or however we would calculate it that would be at that site given the number of units. So that information would be available to people. Is
Like
that okay?
that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I
All
have
right.
Lisa, I have Lisa on the line. She wants to add in something.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead,
right.
Lisa.
Sorry, Lisa. Yep. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, my phone dropped the call, but I'm about 5 minutes from the house. But I just wanted to, when Peter suggested to drop.
Lisa, we can't hear you, Lisa.
Okay, Corinthia, just tell them what I said, because they can't hear.
I think it's just the mic. You need to speak closer to your microphone. I think you can. say it.
It's on my phone and my computer,
Oh.
but she was saying she agreed with Peter that she wanted to drop the question. What else was it, Lisa?
Yeah, because that was again the train of thought of letting that preference come through with the selection of the design.
Right.
So you heard her, Bruce?
I did. Yeah, I heard her.
Okay.
I think we're all still kind of kicking this around because when we get data about specific design elements, it is helpful to have separate data as well as the express preferences for the design concepts. And the kinds of units in these buildings is a basic data point here. And I think if we can keep the language in that I thought we kind of had this worked out. If we put the language in about the number of people, we're good, right?
My perspective, yes.
Okay, all right. So it doesn't really cost us anything to keep the question in. People can answer this in about 20 seconds, really.
Okay.
Are we good on this? Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
I just think if we put the people in there, I do agree with Corinthia. It doesn't set right with me. I'm a little, well, I don't agree with putting the people in there. So let me just say that.
Okay, I tell you what, let me propose that we park putting the people in. We're going to come back to it. So we don't get hung up on it right now, because I think we could spend a lot more time on it. The next question, I mean, the suggested compromise was to put into the descriptions of the design concepts something about the number of people that, given the number of units and so forth, might hypothetically be on the property. That's what we were talking about, right? And in the question stems simply indicating that something that would refer to the number of people, but we'd have to work out that language. We're not going to get that resolved tonight, though. So go ahead, Carol.
I just want to add that this is important, Lisa, because the number of people on the site affects a number of quality of life issues, including parking and traffic and all sorts of things. So the number of people who can ultimately fit on the site or be allowed to, to fit on the site according to regulations is, I think, important for people to know.
But I think we're adding in assumptions. We're assuming that people are going to have cars. People who are in affordable housing may not even own a car. So we're making that assumption.
You have to assume that a worst case scenario, because this property will be affordable housing for 99 years, and our community will be changing in 99 years, and there will be no flexibility whatsoever. So I think you should assume worst case scenarios with all of this.
So, okay, so we can move to the next question, or Peter, or did you guys have something else to say? Okay. So the next question is one we've already touched on. I'm going to come back to it and try to resolve it. and that is the primary populations to be served. There was a characterization of percentage MFI based on extremely low income and low income and so forth. Had we decided to take out those, or some wanted to leave them in? Where are we on that?
I want to take it out because it's already, how people are referring to people who receive vouchers. I just want to remove from any other negativity or descriptors of people that's unliked. So I think we should not have that part in there. I think I like the part that's in the red.
Okay. All right. We'll go to Liz.
Because I've already been assumed as low income. So I just want to make sure other people don't have that feeling or comments made toward them also.
I got it. Okay. Liz and Carol.
Because I don't have I didn't print this out in color, so is what's in red households earning up to 30%? Is that what we're talking about? Is that what
Yeah.
you prefer, Corinthia? Yeah, okay, presumably. So how many people in the household again? Why don't we tell people, right? A household, it's a big difference, right? If it's one person earning 30% of MFI, that's more money than if it's a family of four. And I think it's a family of four, isn't it?
So you're looking at the range is what you're interested in. This would be for a family of four, right?
Right. So can we define household at least? A household is, under HUD's regulations, a household is is considered to be a family of four.
That's what we're saying. That's what's in the question.
I don't see it in the question. That's why I'm asking. So. I'm
Here,
obviously
I will read the question. The question says, which in your view should be the
Oh, I see
primary
it.
population
Yeah, it's okay. You don't have
served?
to read it to me. Thank you. I see it now. Thank you very much.
All right. So the only thing we're talking about here is whether to leave response categories as households earning up to set percentage, or add a descriptor on the front of it that is very low income workforce and so forth. And the option on the table is to not use those, but to use just up to.
Okay, I will say that the city DC often touts affordable housing as workforce housing, and it might be worthwhile for people to know that that might not be the case here.
Carol.
Yeah, I don't think we should, I'm a big believer in truth telling and just describing reality. And I don't think we should be trying to obscure the fact that extremely low to very low income people will be moving here. And if we do use the descriptors, Bruce, I believe they're not accurate, the ones that you have listed. According to HUD, up to 30% MFI is described as, quote, extremely low housing, low income. You have very low income. And and up to 50% HUD describes as, quote, very low income, and up to 80% is, quote, low income or workforce housing. So your categories are actually not correct, because up to 30% is called by HUD extremely low income housing.
Yeah, I softened it a bit, I'll be honest. Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we do hear the city say workforce housing. And so if, I don't know if you can put a category on just one of the levels, but not the other. But I would put it on the workforce housing just because that's been bandied about. And
yeah,
I think it would be helpful to know.
I'll just speak for myself. I don't have a problem leaving it at a percentage of MFI. I'm okay with that without putting a qualifier on the front of it. People can do the math and can figure it out.
It's actually I'm sorry,
I have
to interrupt, but I think it's actually meaningless because you don't know how many people are in a household. That's just meaningless, I think.
Well, okay, Lisa.
Where's on that?
So I think, Bruce, you actually gave the best rationale for removing the qualifier, because you just said you softened it. That's what I'm saying. Those qualifiers are potential to produce bias, and that's, you softened it for a reason. We don't need it. We could say households earning up to. If you want to link it to the website where it describes those households, you can. But if you felt the need to soften it, that in and of itself is a problem. So I mean, affordable housing is affordable housing. People know that affordable housing are for people of lower incomes. Whether you want to define it as extremely low, very low. I mean, this is stuff we all know. We all know this. I mean, I'm just not going to sugarcoat this. Putting those descriptors on there is going to cause bias in our community.
Laura, again, your hand's still up? No, you're good. Carol?
So why are we sugarcoating it? I believe that it's important to tell people who's moving into the neighborhood. And I think that the fact that so many of these people will be requiring social services just in order to live in the apartment is important. Because what happens if the social services disappear? What happens if in 15 years the developer sells the building? What happens to the building? What happens to the people who are being subsidized, who need social services? Perhaps those social services won't be available. Perhaps voucher residents will move in. And you can see, we all know that all the residents on Connecticut Avenue all these years haven't been receiving the services they need, and in fact can actually turn services away. I think it's important for people in our neighborhood to know that these are all possibilities.
The only thing I would add, though, is that given the fact that people in this community are obviously smart and they can do the math, if you have it as a percentage of MFI, does that not already signify what we're talking about without adding a qualifying descriptor?
It does.
That's my only question.
Right. And
Well-
that's my point. It does. And that's why I changed it to the suggested edit that I changed it to. I mean, and people already know that, you know, everybody at first said, oh, this is going to be market rate luxury. Well, now we know it's all affordable housing. And people know affordable housing is for people of lower income level. And they also know that people in those extreme income levels in this city are afforded social services. We don't have to scream it and say it out loud. And you know, we're putting in a lot of assumptions here. And if we're going to produce a survey that's, you know, kind of fair, neutral, unbiased, I mean, that's fine. But I mean, this is one way to not do that because we already know what the reaction is going to be. And
Corinthia,
we have no way to kind of talk about the mitigating factors that come with some of this work. And some of that was discussed by the development team, but we don't have that in the survey.
okay, Corinthia, then Laura, and then Andrea, then Carol again.
Yeah, I just want to say that these statements that I'm hearing further contributes to how our neighborhood was developed as an exclusionary practice. We're basing a lot of assumptions that because someone has affordable housing that they need social services. We're assuming that because the people that live on Connecticut Avenue need social services and their Section 8 vouchers or their voucher holders. We're making an assumption, and we're also creating and continuing perpetuating what our neighborhood was established on. And I don't like it. People can graduate from college today and can get in one of those affordable workforce housing. One of you all can just go bankrupt and lose everything. And you want to stay in the neighborhood and live in the affordable housing. Let's stop doing that. It is very biased. It's creating exclusionary practices. It's perpetuating. And I don't like this. Hearing it is very disgusting and it's making me upset. My babysitter just graduated from college and got her an affordable housing unit because you know what? Her salary is under $40,000 and she lives in DC. So stop assuming that because someone needs affordable housing, they need social services. People can be rich and still need social services. So I don't like it and it's making me upset. It's very disgusting. And that's why we need the Racial and Social Equity Committee because of these statements. It's disgusting.
Let's go to Andrea and then Liz and back to Carol.
I was going to say a variant of what Corinthia said, which is I think that at my highest earning, I was a very low income earner. Which is one of the reasons why those descriptors have always seemed kind of off to me. So I think the basic facts are MFI. I mean, we might have to say what MFI is, but I think just sticking with the numbers is not judgmental. The other thing is that some of the proposals had as attributes that they were very proud of, and I think they should be, that they would provide social services. And I think those attributes, along with every other fact of a proposal, should be listed if in fact the developer is promising them. Those
Okay.
are my opinions.
Okay, let's go back to Liz, then Carol. Then I just propose that we kind of just go around and vote on this and then make a decision on it. Liz, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I know lots of people, unfortunately, who've graduated from college who would qualify for affordable housing because they don't make enough money. They don't make enough money, period. So I take exception to your comment about that. That's it.
Carol.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I had no idea that low-income people require social services to live in an apartment building. I had not a clue until the developers of these proposals said that all their subsidized housing residents are going to receive social services. So it's not me presuming that lower income people need social services. I had not a clue before this whole exercise, before these proposals were put forward. And it was the developers themselves who said that they were going to provide these services, not Carol G saying that low income people require social services. Thank you.
So let's just take a quick vote on this and move on. Those that are in favor of moving the language to a percentage of MFI, let's just show a hands on this.
Let me ask you a question. Hang on a minute. When are you saying accepting my direct? Because I offered.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was
Then
just characterizing it as what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4 that are. Let me be clear now. This is to take Lisa's language, a percentage of MFI, right?
Fine.
Okay. Carol, you're shaking your head no, and then you're raising.
I'm just that's how sometimes I say yes, but
Oh, no. So what I want to be very clear on here, I'm proposing we accept Laura's amended language. So hold your hand up if you're in favor of that.
What is Laura's amended language, please?
Not Laura's, Lisa's. I'm sorry.
Now I'm confused.
Lisa's language. It is a percentage of MFI as opposed to using extremely low and low.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay. All right. We're done then. Okay, let's move on. Okay.
Thank you. Hearts to the commissioners on that.
Okay. So we're into the the real meat and potatoes of all this, in one respect, is like the design preferences here. So let me just explain a couple of things. First of all, when I did just now the field test, the overriding, as I said in my email to you guys, comment that came back was we have to make it as simple as possible for people to visualize and compare these things. And Peter, you had mentioned previously, and I agree with you, that going to DemPed's site and toggling back and forth between these is just not going to make it. So I've sent to all of you, and I linked to it again today, to a custom slide deck that I've produced that has 4 images from each of the 8 presentations, and it incorporates, Peter, from that big spreadsheet that you massaged, data, and inserts the data on the pages so that you can relatively easily, it still takes time, go through 1 to 8, but not have to sort through 12 slides per presentation, just 4. And you see representative graphics, and they're standardized in terms of the elevation and the layout and so forth. And that would then be what we would direct people to look at, as opposed to going to DemPed's site. Okay. Now we can also include the spreadsheet And I did that in my field test. I gave people the spreadsheet as well. And they were saying that, okay, it's just a lot of stuff to look at on a spreadsheet. And so the images were helpful to them. So whatever we choose to do here in terms of ranking or expressing preference, we have to be clear about what we're going to give people to look at. So I'm just proposing that slide deck, take another look at it. You don't have to make up your minds tonight, but if that slide deck works, then we could consider using that as the basis on which people are looking at the proposals. I mean, feel free to take a look at it tomorrow and call them and go through. You don't have to say tonight. Yeah, Peter.
So just so I understand where we put the compromise that Carol offered to the Liz issue.
Right.
Do we put that in the side-by-side spreadsheet, or do we put that in a descriptor? I haven't looked at your 4-page a developer thing or whatever it is. Where does that go?
It would go in the presentation. It would go as another data point. It can go in the spreadsheet as well, obviously, but it would also go on that slide deck. We would put that into each of the 8 presentations. And it would be like there currently is housing, sustainability, affordability, whatever. There are various categories for each, and we would insert a new data point in there.
Well, I'll take a look, and I'm happy to do it tomorrow morning.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Lisa.
So I did take a look at it. I like both of them. It reminded me also something similar that Laura had on the end of hers. So I'm actually good with, okay, so actually answer this for me, Bruce. The first one was really long. The second one was short. Which, are you proposing both of those or one or other?
No, so in the test that I did with my dozen people, they had all of the above. They had the 2-pager, they had the slide deck, and they had the spreadsheet. They said that the slide deck was what worked for them best because they could look at the images and they had data on each of the pages and they could go down through it easily, and it was pretty straightforward. The 2-pager I did has all the data, but it's not going to work because it doesn't have enough visuals. Right? People have to see more than you can put on a 2-pager. It's kind of a cheat sheet, the 2-pager.
Okay. I like them both. So we can, I mean, you know, just for me, I like them both. I just wasn't sure how we were going to use them.
Okay. So what I would suggest is if everybody could just take another look at those tomorrow, so you can kind of get further familiar with them, and we can come back to saying, yeah, we prefer to use X, Y, or Z. The question then becomes how to express the preference. Cal, go ahead.
Bruce, I think you can finally share your screen now.
I can.
Yeah, I made you and Corinthia co-host.
I see. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what then. I can hang on a second. Although I don't know that we need to take time right now to go through this slide deck or look at it. If you want to look at it, we can. But I was just going to
I think, why don't we go to the question of how do you express your, I mean, that seems the substantive thing. If we like these.
Right. So here's the thing. So if I, hang on a second. Okay, so you can see this, I'll just do this really quickly. This is the slide deck, right? And it just introduces these and has some basic data about what's currently there. But then it just goes through in order.
Yeah.
You know, this is what it is. And a lot of white space. It's not terribly crowded. This is the first one. It gives, you know, as I say, Peter, the data from the spreadsheet has been incorporated into each of these pages. And you just go through them like this, then you go on to the next one. The beauty of this, obviously, is you don't have to toggle back and forth to links on the web page, because that's just like doesn't make it at all, right? People told me that was a disaster. And so this is what this is, and it goes all the way through each of them, and it's uniform in terms of the data presented, and you know, whatever. It's the presentations, but not 12 slides each, just 4. So it makes it easier for people to go through it. That's at least that's the vision. Okay, so go ahead, Peter.
Very, very quickly, in fairness to Carol, at the meeting the other night, I corrected her on something that I may be wrong about. And that's the square footage of the community center. So I need to correct that if you pulled that from that spreadsheet. Oh, I may need to correct it. I'm looking. I was racing around this just before this meeting started, but just I'm noting that to everybody. So
I would be very appreciative if you took a very close look at that slide deck and the data. Again, the data come from the spreadsheets, but sometimes in transposing data, you kind of whatever, make a mistake or whatever. So take a look at that and see if something's not right. And then we can make sure that we, clear that up. The other thing that's super important as I was doing the test with my folks and what have you, is making sure that however we label each one of these carries forward into the survey so that people know what they're voting on. And, the presentations are described by way of the design teams. They mention the architects. There's a lot of stuff. So we've tried to just clarify the design team as the identifier. But there are like 4 or 5 members of each of these, right? So in other words, you'll see that in the presentation, you'll see that in the slide deck, and then in the survey. So just going to the survey, the question that I had originally was merely, what's your first choice, what's your second choice, and what's your third choice? And let me tell you why, just so you understand from a SurveyMonkey design perspective, why I did that. Ranking in SurveyMonkey is confusing. And limiting the ranking to just 1, 2, and 3 is difficult in SurveyMonkey. And so we don't want to be in a position of forcing people to rank 1 to 8 because folks are saying, I only want to tell you what my first preference is. I don't want to be bothered ranking all 8 of them, right? So the question is pretty simple. Tell us your first choice, your second and third, and I will let you know that even on the third, I had a few people who took the survey to say, why are you asking me to make a third choice? I made my first choice. So they suggested that we indicate in each of these, if you don't want to, if you choose not to make a second choice, that's okay, or third choice. In other words, you don't have to force people to make a first, second, and third. But that's really, it's as simple as that. Just look at the slide deck, look at the presentations, and tell us what your first, second, and third choices are. And that allows you to do a little bit of rank, voting on this. You can then take a look at how many people said second and how many people said third. At the end of the day, it may be that a proposal that isn't the first choice for most people is across all choices, chosen by everybody to be at least first, second, or third, right? Anyway, that's it. That's kind of the structure of it.
And so I just, on that question, I thought it was easier but if you're saying it's a design flaw in SurveyMonkey, my idea was just to have one question and put out of the 8, who's number 1, 2, or 3. I was trying to make the survey,
Well, we could probably do that and then just say check up to 3. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about that: you don't know what their first, second, and third choices are.
Oh, okay.
Right. So and then again, the ranking question is, as I said, problematic. It's also just the format of it is kind of weird when you look at it on SurveyMonkey. It actually causes you to go over and reposition it up to the top. It isn't like it's just whatever. If you saw it, it's kind of tough. So
Okay.
yeah, I think honestly, after looking at it 8 ways from Sunday, the simplest thing that occurred to me is just say, tell us your first choice. Tell us your second, tell us your third, and you let them off the hook if you don't want to have them make a third choice or whatever, Or they can skip it. These questions, none of these questions is mandatory. I haven't made a required question.
So another format, the format is those questions, like all 8 listed. Check.
Yeah.
In this question, we're always asking for first choice. So we're not asking for moving around ranking kind of stuff.
No, we don't do that. Right. As presented. So Liz, then Carol.
So I got a couple of questions. The question about what the name of the proposal is going to be, I don't know where we ended up on that, but I'm thinking, shouldn't it match what DEMPED calls them?
Yeah, it does. They'll have to match. There has to be concordance on that.
Right,
Yeah.
because otherwise, if people do by chance go and look at the DEMPET site, if we call it something different, they're gonna go like, what?
Well,
Um,
DEMPED tags them, as you know, with a bit of an acronym, which is confusing.
well, it does, but I think we at least have to put the, one of them is LMBJ or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
that is actually, it's a little confusing. So we're not taking them to the DEMPED site to look at the
No, I
proposal.
know, but I understand that, but if they, on their own initiative, go to the DEMPET site and we're calling it something different, they might be quite confused.
Well, we're not
about that.
calling it something different. We're just using the full name of the development team, you know, like it's Banneker, whatever it happens to be, right?
Banneker, blah, blah, blah.
Good
Right.
Atlantic and
Okay.
partner and whatever, right? Yeah.
And then, I still have, sorry, another question. And isn't this where we're gonna put in the number of, residents in each proposal?
The number of residents is going to go on the slide deck. So that people, when they review the proposals, see that potentially the total number of people that could reside.
What if they don't do that? What if they don't go to the slide deck?
Well, aren't they gonna have to look at the slide deck to make a choice, or do you think that they'll already have their mind made
I
up?
don't know, maybe they don't. I don't know, not a mind reader.
Well, we would have to be very careful at the choice level, introducing a random data point, because then it would seem like we were really wanting to highlight it or something,
I
right?
thought that was what we were talking about all along, was finding a place for that random data point that wasn't too random to me.
We're proposing putting it on the slide deck. So when people look at the presentations and they see the other data points, they also see this one. That's what I thought we were doing.
No, that isn't at all what I thought we were doing. I'm sorry
Okay.
to say.
Okay, well,
I thought we were gonna put it in brackets next to the name of the developer, maximum of 676 people.
Liz, I would strongly urge not to do that, because then you're highlighting one data point among a million data points to try to characterize the proposal, and you'd have.
Can we put it back somewhere else than in the survey?
I
I'm,
disagree with adding it. I mean, as strongly as you agree, I agree with Bruce on this. It is a bad idea for multiple reasons.
well,
And
I can understand why you wouldn't want to end it. I did not understand this to be going on the slide deck. And again, if people don't go look at the slide deck, then we'll never know. That's the data point they will not have, and it's an important data point.
Can we do a
So,
vote on that? Because
Can I
agree
finish,
with
please,
Lisa.
Corinthia?
Yeah, well,
Excuse me.
I'll come next to you, Corinthia, then Carol. But go ahead, let's finish.
Thank you. So, I'd like it to be somewhere in the survey. My understanding was it was gonna be here. I didn't realize that people were thinking it was gonna be in the slide deck. That doesn't quite do it for me. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so then just really quickly on that, we can't resolve it right now, but let's sleep on it. We'd have to maybe think about introducing a question with the number of people, because I
Okay.
don't know how you put this in here on the side of an existing question.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
can
gonna-
accept that,
Yeah, well, I mean,
but I just I would like for it to be I need for it to be somewhere in this survey, because it is actually really important. And there are comments in the chat about how important it is. So,
yeah, but not everybody is here is represented, Liz. And you know what? Maybe we do need to put it in there, because there's some people in the community that want as many people in these units as
yes,
we can get.
yes,
But I
absolutely.
mean, we can't sit up here and say we got 16 people on the line, and that's the overwhelming majority of people.
You
who
have a
that
point,
question
Lisa.
in there. I
You
mean,
have
I
a
agree
point.
with
There are people for
your
whom
Liz.
there
Stop interrupting me.
I'm not going to stop interrupting you. For once, I'm not.
You've been very,
Wow.
very good.
You have a
pointing
point.
out, and okay. So the bottom line is, as comfortable as you are, I'm not. It would take me a lot more convincing to do that. I just think it's not a good idea, and I do think it's fear mongering. What's our point in this?
we can work this out. I don't want to get hung up on it. We can work it out. Corinthia,
Yeah.
let's
Couple
not.
things.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree, taking it out, fear mongering. As I mentioned earlier, I want to make sure we keep everything consistent with what's on DEMPED site. So my comment is that If you want to spell out the names, fine, but I just ask that at the end, you put in the parentheses what DEMPED has on their site. So they have, you know, those initials, just so that it keeps up with the consistency. And again, I agree, everyone isn't in the community isn't on the call tonight. And I know Chevy Chase Boys sent out their email at 5:49 today asking people to join the survey meeting. So I just want to make sure that we realize that you know, we talked about not sending stuff out to everyone because other advocacy groups are going to be sending it out to their people. So I just want to make sure we are holding the same standard for everyone. Chevy Chase Voice is here, they have their people here and they send it out. So let's, you know, again, want to stop the biases and
Okay,
and I just wanted to also go back again because I don't like the disrespect how Liz was yelling at me, and then it's okay for her to cut Lisa off, but it's an issue. So everybody keep the same standard. Don't be biased to certain people, especially when they are not like you.
so just to come back to labeling, this is the presentation on the screen again. True Ground Housing Partners is the lead for bid number 1, but we can put right here next to it the acronym in parentheses.
Yes, please.
Okay, I just the only thing.
And on the Word document, well, on the survey document. So we have the long spell out, put the parentheses of what's on DEMPED site. Because again, there may be people who want to go back and forth. I'm an auditor by trade. I'm gonna be like, True Ground, where is that at? You know, and again, to save people from digging, if I only want to look at number 4, I know where number 4 corresponds and what the acronyms are.
Okay, all right. So the concordance will make sure that that's there and people understand that. Okay, so Carol, you had your hand up. Liz, did you have your hand up still, or do you want to come back? Or so I'll go to Carol, then Liz.
Yeah.
I just want to say that I think it would be good to put the number of people, maximum people that could live there in the descriptor area where you have the rest of the description on the slide deck. I think that's the appropriate, what you were saying to do, Bruce. I agree with that. I'm a little confused though about going back about listing the first choice, second choice, third choice. What are we doing again with that?
Okay, well, let me just go ahead and pull this up on the screen since I can share. Okay, so here is the segment of the survey with their preferences on the design concepts. So forget about this part here because we're going to have a slide deck. We're not going to have people link to DEMPED's site.
Right.
And the way in which I was proposing that they express their preference is, sorry?
I am just getting, I'm just, I'm really offended. I'm just getting this email that Chevy Chase Boy sent out. This is so offensive.
Okay, we're close.
Yeah, we're just trying to finish this up though.
Yeah, I know you are, but you know what? This is very sneaky. It's very unprofessional, and I take great offense to it.
What does it say? Can you read it to us, please?
But guys, can I just, hey, Lisa,
No, Bruce. Hang on a minute.
Okay.
Please, if you have a few minutes, attend virtually and protest the extremely biased survey, likely written by pro-developers, and we know who they are, that Lisa Gore is proposing to send to 34G residents. What are you talking about? Cheryl? What are you talking about?
I'm so sorry, I stepped away. Could you please repeat your question?
No, I will not. You wrote the email, you sent it out, and you know good and well that that is not what is occurring.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the part you want me to
answer? I will not dignify repeating it, and I will not dignify you continually attacking me. And maybe I'll have to deal with this in another arena, but I'm sick of it. Keep it up. I'm glad you put it in email as an investigator. Keep doing it.
Okay, guys, if we can just come back to this, and Carol, to answer your question, the 8 design concepts, right? The questions are very simple. Tell us what your first choice is. Tell us what your second choice is. Tell us what your third choice is.
Thank you.
So that's what we're proposing. And I was just coming back and explaining, and Lisa had mentioned having one question that says, here are the 8, give us we have to understand what the first, second, and third choices are. And then in the ranking, it's complex and SurveyMonkey. I tried to make it work and it was just too confusing to do the ranking, right? And also it led people to believe they had to rank all 8. And that's just too much for people to do. Okay, so does this work for everybody? Just 1, 2, 3? Yeah, we okay? All right. So then we get into the rest of this, which is about amenities. Now, I would only offer here that we did get abundant data on amenities previously in 2023 and in the DEMPED survey. We've covered this in Technicolor on both of those. So I just, Lisa would ask, maybe do we just ask you if you think we really need to do this again? Peter.
I'm a little confused why we need to do anything from here on in. Why don't we just end it?
Right.
I mean, why do we need 9? I do. I mean, we have a ton from the before, and it feels like we're sort of looping back to the beginning of the survey where we're asking stuff away from the proposal. So I just think we ought to cut it right there.
I agree.
Well, that's a relevant consideration. I would only, again, I've got in my head the test that I did with 12 people who took this, and in terms of issues that people think about with respect to this, you would be very interested, I think, to see the results of people and how they scored these. So this is giving additional information with respect to what matters to people independently of their design choice, right? Their concept choice. So it
If
just
it's related to concept choice, what would public safety have to do with it? Again, I feel like what public safety? So we're assuming that because people are in affordable housing, that we won't be safe. So I think we should remove it.
yeah,
Traffic,
we're not assuming that here, Corinthia. I mean,
what's the public safety with the library community service and a library community center and apartment? Let's keep in mind, I live on Connecticut Avenue. There are like 5 apartment buildings over here.
yeah, I got it. So
And again, and is it because they're affordable housing? We're assuming that people who live in affordable housing will be unsafe. We won't be safe around them. Again, teachers may live here. My son, teacher, may want to live here. I was talking to the post office guy today. He wants to live over there so he can just go right across the street to work. So I think it should be removed. I know you've done this question in your general surveys. It should be removed. It's creating biases.
we got a bunch of hands up. I'll go to Liz, Carol, Peter, and Cal. You've got your hand up, and then Lisa. Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, thank you. If let's just say that you object to public safety being a question, that doesn't negate the other questions. So what would be wrong with asking the other questions that are in this? I think that it gives you more information to drill down to what people want on the civic core site. So I don't see the downside of getting more information from people. And to your point, you want to take out the question of public safety. That doesn't mean you have to take the entire thing out.
Okay, Carol.
Yeah, I was confused before when I was going like this. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else. I think this is question number 2 is important. Public safety doesn't have to do with low income people. It has to do with density. And when density rises, crime increases. That's just a simple fact, really, I think, at this point. But I would not be happy about, I'm not crazy about question number 2, which factors appeal to you about the redevelopment. I think that's just kind of, I think it's a leading question. I think, we shouldn't lead people. I think we should just let facts speak for themselves, let people say yes, no, and not lead them on, and there may be people who, we say which factors appeal to you about the redevelopment. I mean, people may say absolutely none. I hate this. but there's no opportunity in this for them to say that.
So we're working our way through the questions, and Peter was saying, why do we need anything from here on?
Yeah,
And I was, yeah, okay. I was just going to, in order, what followed, just for consideration, so we take everything into account. And we were discussing first, do we need to say anything more about amenities? We were putting that out for consideration. And then after that, these related considerations, and then Corinthia commented on public safety among these. So did you want to say anything about these related considerations, Carol?
Yeah. So I don't think we need to say anything about amenities because that'll be decided at a later point. And I think the first survey of 2023 really covered that pretty well. But I do think that question number 22, how important to you are the following in relation to the civic core, size, scale, and style of development, public safety, transportation, neighborhood parking, traffic? I think that's all important, and I like that. But I do not like number 22 because it assumes that people like the redevelopment, and there's no way to say that they don't in the options you provide them.
This is another question. There are two question 22s as it happens. Let's just stay on the related consideration.
Okay.
Let's just stay on that for right now because there were comments on that. Let me go to Peter. Sorry, Peter, and then Cal had his hand up. Back to Lisa, and then back to Corinthia.
I want to say a couple of things. First of all, I think that all of the issues in the first 22 are focus on things that are concerns and negatives, potential negatives for residents. I think public safety should be left. I think you're going to hear that people have concerns about that. Some people, I think you're going to hear about worries about infrastructure and school capacity. Carol, we had this debate when we were drafting the 2023 survey, and we had a series of negatives, and we tried to balance them by offering potential positives. And I think that's what Bruce was trying to do with question 22, number 2, the ones this one. This was I think we didn't.
This wasn't mine actually, Peter. I think it was probably Lisa's. I don't think I didn't include this, right? So
I said that it was my inclusion.
Yeah, right. It's Lisa's. Yeah.
So I understand what you're saying, Peter, but there's no opportunity for someone to bail out of that question, that second number 22. There's no way for a person who doesn't find anything appealing whatsoever to say, no, I think this is all awful, or any portion thereof.
If we added another thing that said, I prefer not to answer, or remember again, if the structure is the same as Bruce's, the no's will all be read together. So, but there actually is a way to bail out of this. It says, wait a second, go to the second 22, Bruce, scroll down. Not of interest to me. I mean,
it's not of interest. It's not the same thing as I hate it. It could be
together. I mean, so remember, if you go on in this survey, the way Bruce has got it structured is once you get that the question and you answer no, anything you say subsequently will be taken in with that in mind. How about if we added something that said, I don't want to answer this, or
Peter, that option had to do only with housing, not with the whole redevelopment. Bruce is saying, being able to say, I don't like housing, but I'm going to answer the rest of the questions, and we'll still consider that you've answered, that you don't want housing. Okay, that pertains only to housing. It doesn't pertain to the second number 22 here. I think it's a leading question, and I just think it's a leading question, and I think we should only just ask about facts and, things that are before us instead of asking about.
So just to be clear now, we're on right this second, number 9, question 22, related considerations, just to stay focused on in the conversation.
I'm talking about the second number 22.
Okay, well, let's go to that in 1 second, because Lisa
That's what we
drafted
were
that, and I
talking
want Lisa to
about.
speak to it. But on this one, there were still concerns about this, right? So I don't know.
Includes number 22. Is that what
So
you're talking?
number under related considerations, it's on the screen, right in
Okay.
front of you, right?
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about right now. The rationale on this was pretty straightforward. The issues related to if you had another couple hundred school-aged children, this was an issue that when the ANC did the revisions to the comp plan in 2020 highlighted, put it in bold print almost, that added school capacity would be needed in Chevy Chase. And we already know that Lafayette is at near maximum capacity, and there's no more room for kids deals putting an addition on. I mean, there's a lot of stuff about school capacity that matters to people. And so when we think about the impact of a new development, these are things that are on people's minds, right? And that's what this is about, to try to give people an opportunity to weigh in on it. Anyway, Lisa, go ahead.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm so tired now and disgusted with that email that I saw. I've kind of lost my focus. But in regards to the second number 22, I think if we have one, we should have the other. If we don't want one, I think we should take the other out. The one that I added, which is the second one, yeah, that came from Laura's draft. Which I thought was some good things in there. I mean, I think it's good to see what, and I do think, you're right, Carol, about the people that don't want housing on the site. That second one doesn't kind of give them options, but for the people that do want it, I do think there's some good questions in there that would be useful for the city to kind of understand where they're coming from.
So can I,
Peter, hang on a second, because Liz had her hand up, and then but I'll go to you next.
And let
Yeah.
me just add in
Sorry,
conclusion,
Lisa, you're not finished yet.
I'm kind of also in agreement with Peter. We could end the survey like when Peter said after the amenities portion, which I'm not tied to that either, Bruce. And you're right, we did delve a lot into that. Would it change? Probably not. It probably would be the same. So I'm not tied to keeping that at all. And maybe we should just end it at after that portion. I think that might be a good idea.
Okay, so let that be a question on the table for people to address. Liz, go ahead and answer that question if you think we should just end it after.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to have questions that delve deeper into what people want. And to the point that, we did the survey, and the ANC did the survey in 2023. People are a lot better informed now about what's happening at the Civic Core than they were in 2023. There's been a lot more publicity. They know a lot more. They maybe don't know as much as they should, lots of people, but they do know more, and their views may have changed in whatever direction since 2023. And I think this survey is for this point in time, and that's what we need to be gauging, how the community feels about this now. As to the second question, 2022, which is just sort of odd to say, but couldn't we put a point in, couldn't we put a thing in there saying, an opt-out saying, I don't want anything, I reiterate, I don't want anything on the site. None of this appeals to me. Could we solve it with that?
Well, that's a thought. Well, let's hold that thought, and let's go Peter to you, then Cal, then Michelle, then Carol. Peter, you're on.
my view is that we should end it after, I now have lost the labeling, the numbering system, but after we've done the proposals. But if we do the concerns, the question 22, number 1, then argue that we should do question 22, number 2, and add an opt-out. I'm fine with an opt-out, but the balance that we struck in 2023 was in favor of just concerns, with some light language that was vaguely positive. And I just think for balance sake, we need to have both. I'd be happy to lose everything after we do the proposals, the 8 proposals. But if we do number 22, number 1, I want to see number 22, number 2 with an opt-out.
Okay, all right. Cal and then Michelle.
So mine actually goes back to 19 to 21, which is that this is a small thing. I guess you can do it. Listing them 1 through 8 suggests an order. Maybe you can make them A through whatever that is, H, or get rid of the letter and number labels so that they're not looking like they're listed in some order of preference or importance or whatever.
We could say not listed in order of, not listed in any, in order of importance, Cal.
Well, I just think they should get, certainly should not be numbers.
Well, the concordance is that the proposals in the slide deck are numbered, right? That's the only reason.
Right, oh, that makes sense.
Well,
Yeah.
can you change them to A through 8 to H or whatever, at least? in both
Yeah,
places?
we could do that. We can also, Cal, I can randomize any of these. But I don't want people who look in sequential order on the slide deck and have in mind, and then have these scrambled, and then they're looking around for them.
No,
So,
of
yeah,
course not. Of
yeah,
course not.
right. No, I'm not saying you were suggesting that. I was just saying that we can randomize them to make it even, whatever. But we could use A through, sure, we can do A through whatever it is, F.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing, and this is just a side comment about the stuff after 21, we're talking about biases in the neighborhood. I think on some level, the community has biases and getting those biases to come out, not saying we would intentionally do it, but trying to prevent people from expressing biased opinions is not really going to happen. So I want us to be careful not to massage it too much so that we're trying to avoid biased responses from respondents. I don't think that's what we're doing, but there are biases and they're going to show up.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Michelle.
So can we go to the second 22? So I have problems with several of these. The less important one is the positive credit building, financial coaching. I mean, that's relevant to the people that will be living there, but that is not at all relevant for the community who will be doing this survey. And I think that's just just shouldn't be in there. It makes no sense for it to be in there with us weighing in on that. But more importantly, with respect to the first one, upgrade to public facilities, library and community center, and then further down, new playground. What strikes me with this is that there seems to be an insinuation that you only will get that if you agree with the whole kibosh, which is the housing, and which would include the housing. And that is not necessarily true. We have 4 examples in the city of the last however many years where the city originally was talking about putting housing on a library. Community fought back. Then they didn't do the housing. And guess what? The people got a new library anyway. And this playground is such a sad little playground. And it's horrible that the city hasn't improved it. I mean, they shouldn't be people should be able to get a new playground here without having to agree to this. So I mean, to the whole kibosh. So I think it's very potentially misleading. And if this stuff was going to stay in, then I would say let's knock it all out, or at the very least, I would take those out because, like I said, that could happen regardless. You know, I mean, again, the people who say they don't want housing, they're like, but I do want a new library or renovated library and community center.
Right. Well, I would just make one observation, and that is that the going in proposition is that there's going to be the development. So extolling the virtues of the development is different in kind than, okay, if there's going to be the development, then what do we do about these other considerations?
Yeah, it's sort of like, hey, city, people are worried about parking, you know, so this seems much
Right.
more 21 or the first 22 makes a lot more sense to me than the second.
Well, the thing about it is, I understand kind of the Solomonic, if you're going to have people look at potential impacts that could be adversely interpreted, you'd want to have a counterbalance of the good things.
Right, but
But the whole point of this is assessing the proposal, and those good things are baked into the proposal.
right.
Right? So it's a different thing.
And the city is doing the proposal, so it's like that's already been their, you know, you don't need to say you want that because the
Right.
city's already doing that, sort of.
I want to go to Carol. One thing I would also want to offer to you guys, I think you'll actually find it enlightening to read the evaluation that people did of the survey, because I already had 11 people take these questions. So it's good for us to talk about it and think about it, but at the end of the day, it really matters what the people are going to take it, think about it. Again, it's the whole field test idea. And I think you'll find interesting their comments about these. And so anyway, I just mentioned that. Carol.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to say that I think the first number 22 is important because I don't believe that anywhere else in the survey we've asked about size, scale, and style of development. I think that's very important. And I think the other issues are as well. So I'm advocating for keeping the first number 22 and getting rid of the second number 22. I find the second number 22 is kind of an arbitrary list. I mean, why select the new playground for, attention when, there are other amenities that we could also ask about and I agree with Michelle about the positive credit building. I mean, that doesn't, I don't even know what that is. I don't think most people will know what that is. And why is it relevant to Chevy Chase residents? So I think that list in the second number 22 is rather arbitrary, and some of them are leading, you know. And yeah, so that's all I want to say about that. Oh, and with regard to what Cal said, A, B, C, D is grading, and 1, 2, 3, 4 is enumerating. So they're all the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. It's the same. So whatever you decide to do, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. One.
Bruce, can you go to the second? Oh, you just took it down, but I was
So
going to ask
I can go back to it.
on the second number 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's arbitrary. I mean, number one is number one. I mean, upgrade to public facilities. I don't think that's arbitrary to most people in this community. I think I've heard a lot of people say number two is a reason why they support this, as well as number three. New playground. You know how many kids and families we have? I've knocked on my doors in my district. You know how many parents have talked to me about having the possibility of new play spaces at the community center and library? I could agree with that last one. We'd have to ask Laura why she thought that was important. But I do think this list, there are really, really critical things on there that we've heard people in our community say over and over again that were important to them. And I agree with Commissioner Gosselin. If we want to ask one, let's ask the other. We need to balance the survey out. If we want to add additional things like Corinthia suggested, taking off public safety, If there's something in this list that we want to take off or put on, then we can do that. But I think to balance the first one with the second one is the best way to go, because we're not leaving people any options here that, you know, do want a new playground for their kids or do want the investment and upgrade to public facilities.
Yeah, I just want to come back
There's
to
a
the point.
reason why they like the thing. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. So just to come back to the notion that these are qualitatively different things, right? So these are assumed in the development. If you say yes, that you're for this development, then all these things come with it.
Right.
These factors are aspects or impacts of the development that people have in mind that otherwise the survey is not asking them about.
Right.
So I just want to be clear. It's not a question of Solomonic balancing objective, this point of view and that point of view. It's evaluating a proposition for which all these things here are baked in. They're coming along with it already. And
Yeah,
here we're asking about the impacts, not to be negative, but
well,
simply to be
put
honest.
it under the when people say yes, put it under the yes votes. I mean, if we can incorporate everything else into the survey in terms of suggestions, let's incorporate this and put it in the right place, because it is important to know why. And this kind of tells the city in terms of elements and ideas. Some of that is elemental in there, not all of it. We could design it such that it is. It tells the city what is most important to the people that support it.
Yeah, but they've already proposed it, right? I mean, they've already bought it, hook, line, and sinker. It's all done. This is
Not
what the whole thing
necessarily.
is
Well,
predicated
not
on.
necessarily. We don't know that.
The small area plan speaks to possibility of more retail customers and these other factors. All I'm saying is that a lot of people look at this development and they say, wow, what if there's not enough school capacity?
I'm not debating that, Bruce. I'm
Right.
not saying take that out. I don't. And as
Okay.
you see, I put it in. This, you know, this is I put it in there. So I
Huh.
don't mind it being in there. I'm talking about specifically the number 222. And I'm saying put that in there somewhere. Just because it's in a small area plan doesn't mean that the community has had an opportunity to say which part of that is of most interest to them and what part of it is not.
Right. Okay, Peter, go ahead.
Look, Lisa and I think Corinthia too, all feel that balance. We had this argument in 2023, and it went on for some time about how we raise these issues in a fair way. And I think the balance we struck in 2023 was not a good one, but it was what it was. I think that we have to be Solomonic in not raising just negatives. And if you don't think we can do that, then my suggestion, we're so close and we're now in hour 5 of this meeting, that my suggestion is we lop it, both of them off. We're so close to having a reasonable shot at getting a draft done tomorrow and getting this thing put together. I just don't think we ought to lose it here. We've gotten awfully close to losing it, but we haven't yet. So if I'm happy to work tomorrow morning on wording that would and consult with Laura on wording that would
Why
make.
can't we combine them? Why do they have to be separate? Questions. Why can't we combine all these items into one? What's important to you? Playground?
I don't have a problem with that. and I'm happy to work with Laura and Lisa to tune up some of the potential positives in a way. But asking them in a mix, it doesn't bother me. Lopping them both off doesn't bother me either. So I really think we're so close that Bruce, where do you want to go on this?
Well, I tell you what, why don't we the last part of this was simply added comments, right? So there's a comments box at the end for people to say whatever they want. So we're basically done in terms of the review of this. Why don't we sleep on this, and I will obviously take a look at everything that's been decided tonight and put together a draft that incorporates what we've discussed and send that around to everybody. And I'll do that in SurveyMonkey, obviously, so that it's already on, and then send that to you to take a look at. I would just say this, that at the end of the day, this is a long survey. It's going to take a lot out of people. We can lop off this stuff at the end and save people time.
So I got some non-negotiables. My first non-negotiable is that I think all the commissioners should have the login and password to the SurveyMonkey. The other negotiable is that before we send this survey live, I want to make sure, because I don't know who your 11 people are who participate in the survey. I think we should have another small population that heavily includes parents, because parents are excluded from all of this. They don't come to ANC meetings. So I just want to make sure we're being inclusive with everyone and not just our favorite friends or supporters, or who we say are experts. But I think the biggest negotiable is, again, we're not using an ANC SurveyMonkey, and I think it should be transparent for everyone to be able to log in and look at information, rather than getting it third hand, because earlier you mentioned how this was your survey, and I just want to make sure so people don't feel excluded. We have people earlier mention they feel excluded. Just make sure everyone has access to it.
So here's what I do. The SurveyMonkey, I'll copy the survey when it's done over to the ANC SurveyMonkey account. It will run as the last one did, as I've said many times before, on the ANC SurveyMonkey account, assuming that we're all set up with that, Peter, and that we can do it. There's not an issue. And then with respect to, I will also share with you the results of my test. And they were neighbors, Corinthia. They weren't favorite neighbors. They were
Yeah,
neighbors.
can we have the names too? Because I just didn't like earlier, Ron is a neighbor, but we want to act like he's not.
No, I'm happy to give you the names of my neighbors who took the survey. And when you look at the survey that they completed, it gives you the demographic data that we have incorporated into the questionnaire. So you can see where and many of them have kids. So anyway, I'd be happy to share all that with you.
I will read through and try to fact check the presentations.
Yeah, please, that'd be great.
And
yeah.
Laura, I think that, and to Liz's point, I'm happy to combine these two things. If we can I'll work with Laura and Lisa to try to get some wording to tune up the purported positives.
Peter, can I just ask, and everybody consider this? I'm with your first suggestion of dropping them all. I think it's going to be too long to have both of those and have people do them.
Oh, well, hey, I'm not going to make a fight about that. I mean,
well, I would just like everybody to think about that after they've expressed their design preferences and any other comments, they're done. Because this survey is going to be too long.
Dandy solution.
Can I say something about that? If we decide to keep them, can we have the qualifiers be the same? So not of interest to me. If we do decide to keep them, can we either say not important or not of interest to me? I prefer not important, but the way we characterize them should be the same.
Okay, sure, fine.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Let's wrap up with comments. Carol, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about dropping some of these things, because I don't see anywhere else where we talk about where people can register their feelings about size, scale, and style of development, or their concerns about parking, traffic, all that kind of stuff. There's no other place in the survey that I can see. I'll look in the morning when I'm less tired again and look at it again. But I really think that people have to have that option to say what concerns them. So maybe we could have something combined, as Liz originally suggested. What's important to you? or what's concerning to you, and list a bunch of things, and then people can just circle, or say, what's important to them and what's concerning to them. Because otherwise, we're really missing a lot of stuff here.
So just understand, and you'll see this I'll share the results of the survey and I'll share the evaluation of the survey. When people took this survey, the survey asked them, as you saw originally, it talked about these considerations, important to rate them now, how important they are to you. And the next question asked, for those that you rated very important, are there any that would cause you to withdraw your support for the project? In other words, do you feel so strongly that if there isn't added school capacity, until the city develops that, you don't want this project to go forward? These are real issues for people in the community. We don't have to put them on the survey, but they're real issues. And the questions about parking and the questions about social services for the people that are at the facility. Only a couple of the developers stressed their social services for residents. And
Bruce,
so,
can I interject though? Not everyone needs the social services. So I think us assuming that all the developers should have provided those is not relevant. And then again, with the school, I have a child at Lafayette. The school is open. We're saying the school is overcrowded and they're not going to be able to meet our needs. They more than likely probably can. And not all of the kids may go to Lafayette or Merch. They may go to Hearst. They may go to a charter school. So again, nobody, when people turn over their homes and make them, as you all call them, Mac mansions, we don't ever complain about the school overcrowding. Then we never say anything when the elderlies and the older adults leave their homes and people move in with all their kids. We're not upset about overcrowding. So again, I just feel like it's again the biases. And if we have multi-generational, someone fresh out of college may not have a kid. Someone who's 75 and wanting to downsize may not have a kid, or 55 or 30. So, Laura asked for people, Lafayette is in her single member district, and let's not talk about it. I don't think it's fair that you get to talk about Lafayette, but I can as the only commissioner with a child actively at Lafayette. So
I'm only trying to identify what are community concerns that we hear frequently related to this proposed development.
Bruce, which way are you going on this? I mean, I thought just a moment ago you were saying.
Yeah, I'm just answering the question, Peter. Carol brought up, she thought they were important. So we're back talking about it. I tell you what, let's do this. We've got various hands raised. Liz, Andrea, yours, Peter. Corinthia, you were just speaking, so I think you're off. And then Michelle, and then we'll try to wrap it up. So Liz, go ahead, then Andrea and Michelle.
Let them go first, if you don't mind, Bruce.
Okay, all right. So Andrea.
Thank you.
You're muted, Andrea.
I have a very short question, and that is, can you send the materials to the people who are on this session tonight?
Can I send what materials?
The survey and whatever you're sending to the commissioners.
Okay, well, okay, but these are comments from people who took the survey, the test, the evaluation, right? I
don't even care.
Yeah,
I don't need to see them. I just want to see the survey because it's been very choppy.
Okay.
I don't have a sense of its overall design, and we have no decision-making ability, but we could at least send comments that might be useful.
Okay, sure. I got it. Yes, I'm
Thank
saying
you.
yeah. Michelle.
Okay, and again, I know I already said this, but I want to repeat it because I feel very strongly about this, that the second 22, putting in new playground and putting in, new facilities, it is very misleading to people to make it seem as if you only get this if you go along with the whole thing. And I pulled up the prior survey, the 2023 survey, and always said in that, for question 12, was the proposed redevelopment anticipates various public benefits, fostering social and racial equity, easing a district-wide housing shortage, enhancing neighborhood vitality, etc. That was it. Okay, so now you're throwing this in, you know, a new library and community center, new playground. Who doesn't want that? But it is leading people to think we only get that if we go along with this. And that is not necessarily true. So, and another thing I'll mention in terms of, okay, so I would say get rid of this whole thing. If you want to insist on the second 22, knock it off. Another reason to knock it off. A, we already asked this in the last survey. B, people are going to have to be going through 8 proposals.
Yeah, I know.
It is going to be hard as heck. And I will be curious to see how many people really end up doing this survey, to be honest, but they're already asking a lot of them. And we've already asked this first stuff. I understand the concerns about the first 22. I would prefer to have the first 22 in there, but not if we end up with the second 22, because I don't want to mislead people. And again, it is going to be hard for people to go through all those proposals and figure out what they like.
Okay, well, I'll just reiterate. I just did this with 11 neighbors, 12 neighbors. So I know, I know what happens on it. Liz, go ahead.
Just wanted to highlight some things that are in the comments. There's a comment from somebody about how that the second 22 are not like consonant with proper survey practices. So I just raised that. There's another comment from somebody about not sending her children to Lafayette because it's too crowded. And she then wrote, and I'm an African-American, we're in an African-American family. So there's a divergence of opinion, and we need to be sensitive to that. We need to understand that there are lots of people who feel lots of different ways, and we are none of us like the last word.
Right. Okay. Andre, your hand's still up. Are you done, or your hand's still up? Okay, your hand's down. All right. So it's going to be say goodnight, Gracie, here. I think we're done with this. Are we good? Anybody have any final comments, concerns? I will, as I say, look at everything and send you. I'll try to get out to as many people as I understand who are on the call tonight. I don't have everybody's email who was on. I don't even know who was all on.
I think you should just put it on our website.
I'm leery about putting it on our website, to be honest with you.
So then we'll be excluding residents who didn't get an opportunity to come that may want to see it.
Well, what
I would hate for Carol or Liz constituents who are not on the call.
I would
I
not
have
agree
to
with
say
that.
something. To that point, Corinthia, you posted this.
Constituents to feel
You
excluded.
posted this on Chevy Chase Chatter, but you didn't post it on the
I
listserv.
did not, because Bruce posts all our information on the website and
Well,
No, I didn't see it there.
the
And
listserv.
I'd also like to add,
guys.
add that Mr. Eichner and Mr. Heyer participated in the writing of Lisa's latest version. No one from Chevy Chase Voice did that, Corinthia.
Okay, let's end this on a positive note. I will do what I said I would do in terms of the survey, in terms of posting on the website. We're a working group, so I don't know what we want to post exactly on the website. Maybe we can exchange some emails about that tomorrow so I can be clear on what that is, not have to resolve it right now, because there are various documents we're talking about. It's a work in progress. But in any event, I think all things considered, we made progress. So are we good to close this off?
Let's exchange emails in the morning to be sure we're all on the same page in terms of work.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Please read the comments.